he does have a ton of support in this state. And back in 2016, he struck a tone with voters as being a populist candidate. He wasn't, an old school Republican. He wanted America first, limited military usage, and was running, a type of campaign that's kind of struck some libertarian tones, but also was, very much an outsider. And folks on the ground in state like that. They like people that are going to take on the establishment and, fight for working everyday people. And that populist type of a tone really struck. He is, as popular as he was back then. He hasn't lost any support. And obviously, with being president of the United States, he's probably, gained some support over time. So this time around, I expect him to be in the mid to upper 40s. And the challenge for Haley is going to be, how does she get together enough voters, particularly independents, to pick up ballots who want to defeat Donald Trump, to get to the point where she can be competitive with him.
How much sway does your governor have? I mean, Chris Sununu is not a Trump fan, and he's certainly on the Nikki Haley train here, and he may have been helpful in getting Chris Christie out of the race to help Haley to put more support behind her in the bid to take the nomination away from the front runner. I mean, can he help deliver New Hampshire for Haley?
Yes, because he is very popular with low information, independent voters, people that don't follow politics on a day in, day out basis like I do and other folks do, not political junkies. They're people that want good government. They've, grown tired of Biden. They've grown tired of Trump. They want to move on to something new. And that's Haley's big pitch, is that look around, there's nobody else coming to save you except for me. And that you don't have any other options out there. If you're one of the 70% of Americans that does not want Biden or Trump to have a face-off against each other again, here I am. And this is your chance to have your say. And that's going to be her pitch, closing things out. She has an ad up which says that Biden and Trump are the two least popular politicians in America. Do you want them to run against each other again? Here I am to provide an alternative to that. And she, despite the fact that she came in third in Iowa, is saying it's a two-person race. And I talked with Sununu yesterday, and he says basically it's a two-person race because DeSantis doesn't have anywhere else to go. DeSantis is polling in the mid-single digits here in New Hampshire. He's not doing much better in South Carolina. So despite the fact that he got a ticket out of Iowa, Sununu's argument is that it's a ticket to nowhere.
Do you think in 6 days he used to be more than single digits. He used to have more support than that in New Hampshire. Can he bring some voters back who might be impressed that he did better than expected in Iowa?
Believe it or not, a year ago at this time, DeSantis was leading Trump by like 14% in the UNH poll.
Wow.
So, he had a place at the top of the conversation, and he has, slipped since then.
He goes there, doesn't he? I mean, one of the things that made him more successful in Iowa was he went to all the counties and did the retail politicking. Do you have to do that in New Hampshire as much as you do in Iowa?
So Iowa is much bigger. There's more space to cover. I've over the years, things have kind of changed, and more of a focus is on the populated areas. I mean, last night, all the candidates started outside of the Manchester, Concord, Nashua corridor, and that may be the last time they expand outside the Manchester, Nashua, Concord corridor, right down the middle of the state.
Right, because northern New Hampshire doesn't have the population, obviously.
Correct. It's beautiful up there, and who doesn't want to ski up at Bretton Woods? That's where Nikki Haley was last night. Trump was on the seacoast at Atkinson, and DeSantis started in Claremont, which is on the border with Vermont. So, yeah, you want to make sure that you go into all the different areas. There's more Republican voters up north than Democrats. The college towns have mostly Democrats as opposed to Republicans. So the seacoast, like UNH, is over on the seacoast. Dartmouth is up in the Connecticut River Valley. So you get your biggest kind of mix of Republican and Democrats and independents, working people, kind of in the middle of the state. That's where the media outlets are. So they generally stay in that area.
President Biden has been preparing for a rematch.
Trump is now promising a full-scale campaign of revenge and retribution, his words.
And the president said at a re-election campaign rally earlier this month in Pennsylvania.
As we begin this election year, we must be clear. Democracy is on the ballot.
But Joe Biden is not next week in New Hampshire, where he finished 5th in 2020, only to rebound in South Carolina on his way to the nomination and then the White House. So he got Democrats to move South Carolina's primary first this time around, February 3rd. That did not go over well in New Hampshire, which kept the Democratic primary in place next week, prompting the president to stay away and the Democratic National Committee to ignore the results.
There is a campaign for Joe Biden here in the Granite State, a write-in campaign. And we've seen, Biden administration officials. Pete Buttigieg was here last week. Jennifer Granholm was here as well. Jamie Raskin, not a Biden administration official, but basically a surrogate for the campaign. And Maura Healey, the governor of Massachusetts, came up, all supporting the Biden administration for the administration officials and touting work and money that's been spent here. But the others were in support of the write-in campaign, Raskin and also Maura Healey. So there's a campaign for Joe Biden that doesn't exist but exists, in which the Democratic Party sent a letter to the New Hampshire Dems saying to stop doing this, and your primary is meaningless, while the New Hampshire Democrats are trying to support Biden. It's a remarkable dynamic. Dean Phillips has invested significant money, the congressman from Minnesota, to try to do well in the polls, but he's not going to peak much higher than 20%. Biden should still, win pretty handily with the write-in campaign, despite the fact that the National Democratic Party said the primary is meaningless. Biden and his supporters seem to think otherwise.
And the delegates, you get no delegates, right?
No delegates. Yeah, but I mean, you look at Iowa and New Hampshire anyway, it's more of a, it's more just to kind of set the tone for the races. The delegates are not that big of a deal. It's more the, the perception and all of the, aura of the primary and caucus, as opposed to meaning too much delegate-wise.
New Hampshire has a better track record than Iowa for Republicans, with a winner there more often going on to be the nominee. Ronald Reagan in 1980, after George H.W. Bush won in Iowa. In 2008, Mike Huckabee won Iowa, but it was John McCain who won in New Hampshire and became the nominee. 4 years later, Rick Santorum's Iowa victory was overshadowed by Mitt Romney's New Hampshire win. And 8 years ago, Donald Trump, after losing to Ted Cruz in Iowa, won big in New Hampshire on his way to the White House.
Haley got into some trouble a week or so ago in Milford, where she said that Iowa starts things, then New Hampshire corrects it, and then we're going to take it down to my sweet state of South Carolina. Of course, DeSantis played that up in Iowa, and maybe not the brightest thing to say that and then spend the next 10 days in Iowa campaigning for the caucus. But Nikki Haley was 100% right. Iowa is generally corrected by New Hampshire because it has more of a general election type of feel, with independents being able to vote. But the party, the Republican Party, Democratic Party, have all lurched well to the extremes at this point, and you wonder who are going to be the voters, as you mentioned, in the Republican primary, and where are those independents going to go? A big thing to watch here for the next week is, what is Haley's messaging like? Is she going to focus on Trump and try to bring in independents and some Democrats who are registered as undeclared to try to defeat Donald Trump? And use that language, and talk about things that, maybe Republican voters or people that are leaning towards Trump aren't comfortable with. That's going to be an interesting thing, because if she's going to get across the finish line here, it's going to be independents that push her across the finish line. And as we saw in Iowa, there was a significant amount of her voters that will vote for Joe Biden over Donald Trump in the general election. Does she play to those folks, or does she try to, win voters who are leaning Trump in the margins?
Turnout. Is it typically high for the primary?
Yeah, it's typically high, and that's the that's the expectation. That's one of the reasons that New Hampshire always makes the argument for going first. So yeah, we expect the turnout generally for these is about 60-65%.
Chris Ryan, host of New Hampshire Today on WGIR AM and also on 96.7 FM. Great to talk to you. Thanks very much for joining us.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Kayal and Company. Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
We all make resolutions this time of year, and let's face it, most of them won't stick. But here's one that's not only easy to keep, but will help you feel healthier all year long. Navage. Navage provides quick, drug-free nasal relief by washing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. This time of year, when everyone is sick, Navage helps by sucking out germs, bacteria, and viruses trapped in our noses that cause us to feel miserable. And come allergy season, it does the same with dust, pollen, and other allergens. And unlike medications that can take time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage helps treat congestion symptoms in seconds flat, without drugs. This New Year's, resolve to use drug-free Navage to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose. Healthy life.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, it's so great to finally be able to get together again.
Oh, it sure is. And I really appreciate you picking up the bill.
I'm happy to. I've got the extra cash. Since we've all been driving so much more again, I've been using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back just for buying the gas I was going to buy anyway.
But is it a hassle to use?
No, it's super fast and easy, and I can cash out whenever I want.
That's a total no-brainer. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PASS for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PASS. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PASS for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PASS.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Every time I see you on TV, man, I got to say, you got the Sonny Corleone hair going and it looks great, man.
Thank you. Luckily, I don't have Sonny's temper all the time. And unlike Sonny Corleone, I have Easy Pass. Thank you for getting that, guys. I appreciate that.
What a reference.
Sonny Corleone at Easy Pass. He'd be alive today, damn it.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And on the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaris and Mark Cumberland at a special time this Saturday at noon. Find out why it's still a great time to buy or sell a home. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate this Saturday at noon.
Did you know that most men over 50 have ED? Alpha Men's Center has a 96% success rate with ED. ED has many causes, like high blood pressure, low testosterone, and diabetes. And Alpha Men's Center has multiple treatment options. In fact, for $99, you get a consultation, blood work, and a test dose. And if you don't get results, your visit is free. 484-685-1235. Call Alpha Men's Center, alphamencenter.com. 484-685-1235.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at CISA.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Kayal and Company mornings. Rich Cioli afternoons. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
From Fox Business. I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The first trading session of the abbreviated work week was a down one Tuesday. The Dow lost 231, the S&P 500 lost more than 17, and the NASDAQ over 28. The losses fueled in part by Federal Reserve Governor Christopher Waller saying the central bank is likely to take its time cutting interest rates.
Markets have been expecting an aggressive easing cycle this year with as many as 7 rate cuts, but Waller's comments cut that market optimism.
Fox Business's Jerry Willis. A federal judge has blocked JetBlue's planned $3.8 billion acquisition of Spirit Airlines, agreeing with the Department of Justice the combination would be anti-competitive. And for the first time, Apple was the largest smartphone vendor last year. That, according to market researcher IBC, Apple shipped over 236 million devices, ahead of Samsung's just over 226 million. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It can definitely be a proud moment for parents who have big dreams for their kids, sitting in the stands at a youth football game and watching their son, or daughter in some cases, make a perfect tackle to save a game or stop an important drive. Now imagine if kids under age 12 had that opportunity taken away. The State Assembly of California has until the end of January to decide if it will ban tackle football participation for kids under the age of 12. It's an argument that has raged for years, but this is the closest it has come to an up or down vote in California. State Assembly member Kevin McCarty is among the political leaders promoting the change, saying big hits aren't good for little kids.
A 5, 6, 7, 8, 11-year-old should not be experiencing hundreds of subconcussive hits to the head on an annual basis when there is an alternative.
The concern from the opposition goes beyond just the hits themselves. Dr. Stella Lagarda, a California-based neurologist, looks deeper into the concerns of Assembly member McCarty and the possible cumulative health effect.
Repetitive head impacts, regardless of impact severity, lay the foundation for brain injury.
So, if a ban is enacted, how would it work? Assembly Bill 734 would ban kids under age 6 from playing tackle football starting in 2025. By 2029, kids younger than 12 would not be allowed to play. A vocal opposition to this California Assembly bill is hoping to stop its progress long before the moment of decision at the end of January. If you'll pardon the football lingo, it's a governmental play they spent a lot of time designing a defense for.
We deeply care about the youth in this state. We also deeply care about parental choice.
Ron White is chairman of the board and president of the California Youth Football Alliance.
And when you're informing public policy, you should do that through foundational measures, meaning you should really have a clinical eye as to what we're doing collectively as Californians, certainly you as legislators, about unintended consequences and impact when you roll out something that's unprecedented, that hasn't occurred anywhere in our country in the history of this sport.
And California would be the first to do this, correct?
Correct. There are pieces of legislation that have been attempted in other states, but in terms of successfully passing this, and we don't believe that will be the case, California would be the first. That is correct.
Football is ingrained in the fabric of America. Many people have sidestepped baseball and called it the national pastime of this country. What would banning tackle football among the youth of California, what would that do to the perception of the sport among the kids out there in that state?
Sure. Well, first, I like the baseball analogy, America's pastime. Well, we consider football America's passion. And it would be devastating on so many fronts. Football is the lifeblood for a lot of communities and brings families together. We look at football as more of a vehicle for mentorship, a passage for academics, giving communities an opportunity to rise out of what may be even more challenging economic endeavors. So football for us is primarily a vehicle. And when you're talking about taking away opportunities for kids in what is already, in from my perspective, an overregulated state, it is problematic on many fronts.
When you look at this, as far as the youth and the opportunities they have, I do want to go back to what you said about being the lifeblood of communities. There is a certain gathering. There is a certain, some may even argue, economic value to small communities who gather, building the community togetherness that would be affected, in your opinion, should this come to fruition in the California Assembly.
Well, 100% correct. And I say that to you as somebody who's logged 3.5 decades in this sport and representing a central part of the state, the Bakersfield area, where you have a lot of rural and ag communities, in terms of what my experience has been most recently. And now we're talking about at a statewide level. Football, unlike any other sport, in my humble opinion, brings families together. It is not necessarily about a sport. It is about community. And when you talk about the unintended consequence of taking away what we believe to be an absolute outlet for kids in communities of need, it would be devastating. And that's where we would ask legislators to stop and pause for a minute and say, what does it look like in California without youth tackle football? From our perspective, not good.
Are injuries an inherent part of the game?
Clearly, there are injuries associated with soccer, football, flag football, baseball. But what I'm here to tell you is we're really proud of the work that we've done. And sometimes this gets lost in the shuffle, is in California, and we are alone in this category. We went to work in 2019 and authored the California Youth Football Act. It is the only act of its kind, the only piece of codified legislation in the country with stringent safety measures in place. In fact, we're holding it up proudly for the rest of the country to follow. So hopefully we don't have to continue to be in a conversation about youth tackle football. We're extremely proud of our work, along with Assemblymember Jim Cooper, who is ironically the sheriff of Sacramento County now.
The NFL has talked extensively about CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy. You know, a lot of these kids see what they see on TV and say, you know what, I'm going to go out and I'm going to emulate that, and I'm going to hit as hard as I can. When people see that as a danger and as a detriment to the game of football, are they fair in that assessment?
Sure. I would say that there is some level of inherent risk in any sport, as I indicated, and certainly the conversation circles around at the NFL level. I think you mentioned about visibility and watching the games. But I believe what also gets missed in this translation is what happens on a football field on Sunday at the NFL level is not what happens at the youth football level on Saturdays. What's interesting to me in this conversation, because it always circles back to the NFL, and I understand about visibility. I'm an NFL fan for sure. But what's really interesting to me is that youth tackle football is the lowest energy environment of any level of play. So the Aspen Institute released a study, I want to say going back 3 years ago, where it said that 70% of youth stop playing any organized activity beyond the age of 13. So when we get into this conversation about CTE at this level of play, or high school or collegiate or the NFL, I say to you, that at the youth level, we believe it to be the safest level of play, the lowest energy environment. And a lot of those kids don't ever even go on to play beyond the age of 13. No one's denying the existence of CTE, but we can point to countless studies that show that CTE is found in folks who've never played a contact sport in their life. And so we do not see a correlation to the youth tackle football space. Causation is not necessarily correlation.
I want to go to something you said earlier about the lower levels of football being lower energy. And I want to talk a little bit about the teaching of football, because there are a lot of coaches who will see a young player tackle someone, and the first thing they say to him is, you're doing it wrong because you're not hitting the right way, you're not turning your body the right way. How important at the lower levels of football, the youth leagues, the Pee Wee leagues, is the teaching of football, the teaching of how to hit, how to block, how to tackle? How important is that?
It's absolutely foundational at this level of play. And you can point to the California Youth Football Act that the education element of that particular piece of legislation is so critical in that we don't just roll coaches out now to teach kids. You must actually be trained, go through certification before you ever walk onto a youth tackle football field. What's really important to remember is that we're teaching from the ground level fundamentally the way you tackle, the way that you block. You have that foundation as you're moving up into the other levels. It is absolutely critical that those things are taught at this level. AB1 is now a roadmap to ensure that there are universal guidelines statewide, hopefully countrywide at one point, to do just that. That is what youth tackle football does. It prepares you for the next level. So when you're in a higher energy level environment, you are equipped with the knowledge and the technique that helps make you and the sport not safe, but safer. There's always inherent risk in any activity.
For you and your supporters, the whole football is not safe, would you call it an overreaction? What would you call that assessment from those who are on the side of banning the sport or banning the youth level of the sport in California?
We've talked about this internally with our team and with folks in the state. It feels that it's less about safety now. It's less about parental rights and the option to play and being able to choose. It really feels now that it's become more of the political will of a legislator. And the reason I say that is, year after year, this spans back to 2018, we've attempted to engage with Assemblymember McCarty. He's had zero interest in doing that. If this bill, humbly, from our position, was about safety and protecting young athletes, he would have engaged with us, been supportive of AB1, and that has been quite the contrary.
Let's talk about timeline, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the California State Assembly has until the end of the month to decide how it will go on this?
That is correct. So that is a 2-year bill. AB 734, the way that it's queued up is a 2-year bill. The author has until the clock runs out in January for that to go to the floor. We're hearing that on the Assembly side that it may go to the floor as early as the end of this particular week. And if it clears that hurdle with a 41 vote minimum, then it would, in essence, move to the Senate side, start the process all over again as it relates to committee, get votes, and then eventually, if it was to make it that far, and we're really working hard to ensure that doesn't happen, then it would land at the feet of the governor. There is a huge opportunity for the governor, though, if it lands there, to stand up for Californians. And I say that specifically for this reason. He proudly, without hesitation, stepped in and signed the California Youth Football Act into law in 2019. And at that time, he cited that it was sweeping and one-of-a-kind piece of legislation in the country, and it shows how progressive California is. That's how we see the governor's role in this process.
Ron White is chairman of the board and president of the California Youth Football Alliance. Ron, thank you so much for joining us once again on the Fox News Rundown.
Thank you as well. Appreciate the opportunity.
Rick Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles, all the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible. So Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. That's 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. Program and services not available in all states. Get a tax refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt now. No fee refund advance offered to eligible clients. Application required. Loans by Republic Bank. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The first primary in the nation is next week in New Hampshire. Former President Donald Trump holding a rally in Atkinson Tuesday night.
As you know, last night we had a record-setting evening in Iowa. What a great place that is, too. The largest margin of victory in GOP history. Is that good?
Kentucky Senator Rand Paul says Dr. Anthony Fauci should be in jail over his handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, claiming he lied to Congress.
Several folks from the Trump administration were accused of lying to Congress and carted off to jail with FBI agents all over their property, yanking them out of their house early in the morning. But we have 2 tiers of justice here.
Fauci admitted last week the virus likely came from a Chinese lab leak, and he says a 6-foot social distancing rule was not based on science. America's listening to Fox News.
is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Six-time Eagles All-Pro and Hall of Fame lock Jason Kelce has reportedly told teammates that he will retire. The 36-year-old center played his entire career in Philly. He has become more famous the last couple of years because of his podcast with brother Travis, who plays tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs and is dating Taylor Swift. The University of Arizona has hired Brent Brennan as its new football coach. He replaces Jed Fish, who's headed to Washington to replace Kalen DeBoer, who's headed to Alabama to replace Nick Saban. And the NBA All-Star Game is headed to Los Angeles in 2026 to the Intuit Dome, the new home of the Clippers. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Sports. There's nothing like it. Denzel Washington as Coach Herman Boone and Remember the Titans breaks the sport of football down to its bones when he stands on an empty field and talks about struggle and effort leading to victory or defeat. Football makes perfect sense to Boone, even when the rest of the world in 1971 seemed chaotic and divided. Our own world can feel chaotic with wars abroad and strife at home. And while things seem dire, we don't walk, we run to our escape. The purity of the sports we watch and discuss amongst friends and family has never been more important. So if you are currently clawing with your fingernails for every inch, the way Al Pacino describes in Any Given Sunday, take solace in knowing that it's our games that can give us hope, perspective, and an awful lot of fun. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. Don't let anyone take your head out of the game. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Tammy.
Bruce. What's on your mind?
The fallout from the December 5th congressional testimony about anti-Semitism on their campuses by 3 Ivy League university presidents continues. Americans watched as our supposed best and brightest turned into equivocating robots on the most important moral issue of our time, Jew hatred, the ancient envy-fueled hatred animating demonstrations on their campuses, supporting a terrorist group and the genocide of the Jewish people. No matter how cloaked, the obscenity of chanting a euphemism for genocide in the aftermath of the barbaric mass murder of Jews on October 7th made clear the intent to continue inflicting terror on Jews everywhere. But the smartest women in academia just couldn't figure that out. Wink, wink. Seeing this grotesque blight on humanity return less than 80 years since the exposure of the Holocaust can be overwhelming enough. But in addition to such inhumanity parading itself on campuses like Harvard, Columbia, NYU, MIT, and the University of Pennsylvania, another significant event in American social and political history took place in front of the House Committee on Education and the Workforce. The fraud and death of feminism and the indictment of its foundational ideology, identity politics. Gay, McGill, and Kornbluth, 3 women during a time of great existential concern, decided to parrot well-rehearsed, lawyerly talking points about context when asked if calls for genocide violated their codes of conduct on bullying and harassment. And then there was Representative Elise Stefanik, the Republican from New York. Herself a Harvard graduate, it was her questioning of these 3 women that exposed their determination to not pass judgment on calls for genocide. The New York Times, in a story about the New York representative, offered this, quote, They had parried her grilling with lawyerly answers that, on their own, might not have made international headlines. But then they fell into something of a prosecutorial trap laid by Stefanik, refusing to answer yes when she asked whether calling for the genocide of Jews violated their university's codes of conduct on bullying and harassment, end quote. Asking university presidents if calls for genocide violated their codes of conduct is an easy question for the normal and decent. For those who are not, it's a trap. This abandonment of the most basic of moral understanding has now focused a much-needed spotlight on the bigotry embedded in the scourge of diversity, equity, and inclusion. As of this writing, McGill and Gay have resigned their positions. Reportedly, Gay resigned only because of the plagiarism scandal. Some suggest if shrugging at Jew hatred was her only problem, she'd still be ensconced in the presidential suite. Both women, however, remain at their universities as tenured professors. How is this possible? Because for the left, removing them completely would be the system cutting off its nose to spite its face. So, the beat goes on, and goes much deeper than the comrades the system puts in the big chairs. I'm Tammy Bruce, a contributor at Fox News, and this column originally appeared at foxnews.com.
There's no better time than the new year to help protect your identity and finances. LifeLock detects potential threats to your identity that you may miss on your own. If you do become a victim, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will work to fix it. LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that's easy to keep. Save 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com. Promo code CLAY to save 25%. That's LifeLock.com, promo code CLAY.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like saddling up and chasing down.
Look at that sweet moolah!
That big old cash cow.
Look at all that money!
File for free with TaxSlayer Simply Free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. That's 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. Program and services not available in all states.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi there, I'm Andrew McCollum, CEO of Philo, the best way to watch your favorite movies, shows, and live TV for just $25 a month. We like to think of Philo as the future of television, a future where you don't get charged extra for features like unlimited recording or watching on multiple screens, a future without long contracts or constant price increases. Just ask our existing subscribers that have never seen their price go up in over 5 years. A future without having to wait on hold for hours just to talk to a customer service representative. At Philo, anytime you need us, day or night, you'll always have a real person to help you, usually in under a minute. You might even get me answering the phone. Hopefully you'll never have to call, because in our version of the TV future, everything just works. With more than 70 channels, plus thousands of hours of content on demand, there's something for everyone to love. So why wait to experience the future of television? Signing up for a free trial takes seconds. Just head over to philo.com/Andrew. That's philo.com/Andrew.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Wednesday, January 17th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. It's got to be the coldest show of the year, by the way. 17 degrees? 15, something like that? It's in the teens.
It's in the teens.
Wow. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
I'm warming up.
My God, I can't wait till we hit. Are we gonna hit 30 today?
No.
Okay, great.
We are not.
Gregory.
It's cold. It's cold.
It is. It's too cold.
Yeah.
I wanted to crawl into the fetal position this morning and go back to bed.
Shoveling my driveway yesterday. It was all ice.
Yeah.
I broke my ice shovel.
You broke the shovel.
I broke the shovel. My poor wife has to, because we leave at an ungodly time. If I was a good husband, I would get up at 3 instead of 4 and go out and shovel for my family.
Right.
But I don't do that. So my poor wife had to kind of shovel to get my son off to school yesterday.
Okay.
She's like, go out there and finish shoveling. I'm like, okay, I'll do that. Sorry about that.
Right away.
Yep.
Yes, dear.
Yep.
We got a lot of good stuff to get to this morning. Tony Bruno will join us live from Florida at 8:30
where it's
morning.
not icy cold.
No, he's going to be, it's 57 degrees, Nick Kayal.
He's going to rub it in.
I had to wear my skull cap today.
They were saying on the, when the Eagles played the Bucks Monday night that it was 67 degrees there in Tampa.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Boy, what I wouldn't do for 67. We got so many good things to delve into this morning. A big take on Donald Trump following a wild headline and a wild story from NBC News that I think a lot of people might have missed from Sunday into Monday because of the holiday plus the weather. Also, Donald Trump, Vivek Ramaswamy together on stage in New Hampshire. We will get to that from last night. We've got the measles.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Who has the measles?
Well, nobody on this show, thank God.
Hopefully.
We've got COVID in the news. Wait till you hear what they're tinkering with in China. We'll get to that this morning. Nikki's going to be a no-show.
It's an election year. Time to tinker with something.
That's right. We're going to have COVID and measles.
Yeah.
Time for the mail-in ballots. Nikki Haley no-show in New Hampshire when it comes to debating. If Trump's not there, I'm not going to be there. And by the way, Ron DeSantis said famously once,
Florida is where woke goes to die.
Apparently woke went to die in Iowa. Because many people are saying, dude, it is over.
Well,
shut it down.
Nobody knew this, and I'll play the clips coming up at 7:45. He had a town hall in New Hampshire last night with CNN.
What was CNN?
With CNN again.
Okay.
He loves doing these town halls with CNN.
He does.
Unbelievable.
He does. Maybe he's the Trojan horse. Who knew?
Everybody's calling on him to drop out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I
mean, at this point, does it matter?
He's got no path.
Exactly.
He's going to be third in New Hampshire. He's going to be third in South Carolina.
He's just going to blow through money.
Yep. Just send it back down to Florida. Go hang out on Bruno's dock.
Tick off his constituents in Florida.
Yep. All right. We got a lot of good things to get to today. Also, the Babylon Bee is receiving a ton of heat, even though they are a parody account meant to tick people off with ridiculous headlines.
And it's I won't give away the whole story, but it's conservatives that are up in arms.
I know. I'm going to have to rip some people today.
Yeah.
But we'll get to that in due time. Let's get to the news. There's a lot of it. 6:05, round number one. The great Dawn Stenzelin.
And good morning. 14 degrees, and that's not even the wind chill. We'll talk about the forecast and when we may see a warm-up and when we may actually see more snow in the forecast. We are sponsored this morning by an important sponsor because if your tires don't have a certain tread right now, like me, because I should have gone to Piazza and got... Seriously, if you don't have good tires, you're taking somebody else's car this morning, or you're taking Uber or whatever, walk to work.
Yep.
We are sponsored by United Tire this morning, so make sure you check your tires and make sure you're safe. So there's so much happening this morning. The city of Philadelphia, yes, confirming that additional case of measles late last night, bringing the total number of confirmed cases to 9, putting out urgent warnings, please, as the health department says this is unprecedented that we've seen this many cases locally. So the health department says 8 of those cases in Philadelphia, 1 in Camden County, South Jersey. Then we know as well there were exposures, dozens of exposures in Montgomery County and Delaware County. And so ultimately this is so highly contagious, spread so fast, they want to shut this down, especially for babies, because this can be deadly for babies. Let's talk about the dangerous weather, and that's really the word this morning, that the cold is dangerous cold. So I know homeless shelters, they've issued all these different code blue alerts to say we need to get homeless folks inside the shelters, but also to make sure that your car has enough gas. All these warnings going out. If you run out of gas and nobody's there, it's that cold with the wind chill factor, obviously below 0. So we're talking about that this morning. Blustery conditions in the Philadelphia region also impacting air travel in and out of the airport. Planes lined up last night waiting to be de-iced at Philadelphia International Airport. So I know there were more than 100 flights that were delayed yesterday, this morning. Actually, nearly 300 total delays in and out of PHL, 137 cancellations just yesterday. And this morning, we've got many more cancellations and delays. So you want to check. If you're flying out, you want to check with that. And so why is it that we're learning that this morning, when the roads are icy, there are still many restrictions as far as travel restrictions at 45 miles an hour on many highways? But why is it right now that all lanes of the Roosevelt Boulevard are shut down? Not because of ice and snow. There is a SWAT situation. All lanes of the boulevard shut down because of all of this police action. This is in Northeast Philadelphia. Breaking news story that all lanes are shut down. It just happened within less than an hour right near Borbeck Avenue and Bradford Street after police say a man was firing a gun from a moving vehicle. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this morning, a major roadway shut down, not because of all the ice and snow. They did a good job of clearing all the roads and salting. This is a shooting.
Great.
That shut down the road.
Maybe we should get the plow trucks back out and then just bowl over this bozo. How about that? Sorry.
So I'm sorry if you're, unfortunately, residents are being asked and commuters being asked just avoid that area. So you have all kinds of police apparatus, larger vehicles, SWAT moving in.
So this guy's driving around in a vehicle while shooting?
Yep. Yep.
Man, I tell you, this guy must really want Nick Sirianni fired for the head coach. I mean, there's other ways to go about this.
So at this point, the report that I have is that they've got the suspect cornered, and he's now in a parked car on Borbeck Ave, and SWAT has surrounded that vehicle. So it looks like they've got the guy surrounded, but a lot of SWAT action. So Boulevard shut down, major traffic delays in and around that area. I know that we're going to talk a lot about on to New Hampshire with Iowa, the Iowa caucus in the rearview mirror. But I did want to point out that for the very first time, and technically this is a local story because it all began in Wilmington, Delaware, Department of Justice for the first time acknowledging the legitimacy of Hunter Biden's infamous laptop data. And this is in a new court filing just yesterday. So DOJ prosecutors, this comes in response to Biden's request to have his federal firearms charges dismissed. So there's a lot swirling with that situation. So putting that on your radar. And again, it all began in that little computer store in Wilmington, Delaware. Any of us who tried to chat about it online and social media back, when, we were all shut down.
Russian disinformation.
Yes, sir. It was the Russians.
It was the Russians. When in doubt, it's always Russia, Russia, Russia.
Russia. Well, our news this morning, we are sponsored this morning by United Tire. And I will bring you the forecast today because, unfortunately, temperatures are actually dropping. Not tomorrow. Tomorrow we get up to 36. But today, the high, just 26 degrees. It will never feel like that. And so we remain encased in ice. So if you're unlike Greg Stocker and you did not shovel out yesterday and you thought, it's going to melt a little bit, not so much.
I know. I'll tell you what, this has been a pesky little a little dusting that we've had. What did we have in this area? Roughly 2 to 3 inches, and it's just, got slushy, turned to ice. This is. I can live with what we got if, the next day it's 38, 42 degrees and it just melts away. But this lingering black ice and everything refreezing is annoying.
Well, I'm seeing that a lot of the schools are still on a 2-hour delay this morning.
Oh, jeez.
Yes. So the other issue is, remember yesterday when I said that it was weird? I just made a comment. Isn't that strange that the courts were all shut down yesterday? No criminal court, civil court, nothing. The city hall, everything was shut down. But the Philadelphia public schools were still open on a regular schedule.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there's a lot of pushback. A lot of parents are livid over that. Not to mention the teachers union. Everybody's pretty much furious over who made that call. And then, yes, we have many Philadelphia schools 2-hour delay. Most suburban schools 2-hour delay. I would say that's not enough. Usually on a day like this, they'll excuse you if you're late.
Yeah.
If you're beyond 2 hours because it's tough going out there.
Right.
So that's going on.
Well, I tell you what, the first time we get some snow in 790 days or whatever, now all of a sudden we got to take all these extra precautions.
It paralyzes the city.
That's unbelievable.
It for 2 or 3 inches of snow. Now I get it. It was it was ice and it was cold and the timing of it kind of stunk because it a lot of it happened during the morning rush. But good God, what are we doing? We're getting more on Friday.
I know. I usually get up at 4:20. Yesterday, I got up at 4 o'clock. I got here the same time I normally do. It took me 20 minutes extra time. That's not that big of a deal. And, I have a truck or whatever, but I didn't have any issues getting in here yesterday.
Yeah.
You just had to be, just be a little cautious.
Yep.
Yeah, but it depends. You're all, it depends. The weird part of that is that you're further out. I'm in the city.
Yeah.
You're out in Montgomery County and Bluebell area.
Yep.
So remember what we talked about.
Yeah.
If you're in the city, I think it probably took me longer to get in yesterday than it did for you.
Yeah.
And yet mile-wise, as a crow flies, as they say, I'm closer in.
Yeah, it's true.
And that's because, I'm sorry, but Montgomery County just does a better job of all that snow removal.
Yeah.
They were out 24/7.
They should with my tax dollars.
Yeah, well, look at Market Street right here. We talked
It was
about it
awful.
yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say it was a 1-2 punch because we had the snow, then we had that rain.
Yeah.
And then we had an extreme freeze that continues.
Yep.
So it's kind of that crust. I just want one more thing real quick here. 76ers part owner David Edelman, I don't know if you saw this. He's now offering a reward to catch the person who drew that big swastika on the Holocaust Memorial. This is the Horowitz-Wasserman Holocaust Memorial Plaza in Philadelphia, and it was vandalized on Sunday. And so now, they're trying to put out this reward here.
Good.
To say, hey, folks, we got to, catch this bozo.
Mm-hmm.
I believe they're looking at all the surveillance images.
Yeah, they've got to have some sort of footage.
And so there are some rewards coming out. We'll talk about that moving forward. But we are sponsored by United Tire. Check your tires. Good time to do it. Resolve to take care of your car this year at United Tire. From new tires, oil changes, state inspections, pretty much everything in between. Let United Tire help you get your new year in gear. Visit your locally owned United Tire or just visit UnitedTire.com. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15 Wednesday morning as we get ready for a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, code red for the Orange Man. For closing in on a decade, we have read, seen, and even heard the levels to which the establishment will go to end the Trump era of American politics. The Steele dossier, the Russia collusion hoax, impeachments, indictments, even attempts to remove him from the ballot. Democrats, the media, and even the deep state doing almost everything under the sun to eradicate the outsider from returning to the swamp. And we have seen the extent that they are willing to go in the sheer joy on their faces and the excitement in their voices, even on a day like January 6th. Remember, Nancy Pelosi said, quote, "I've been waiting for this day," and she wanted to punch him out. She's going to punch him out. They never thought that he would beat Hillary Clinton. He received 74 million votes in 2020 and could very well receive more than 74 million in 2024. And these are all major increases from 2016. And he's the favorite, according to some, to win against Joe Biden in 2024. It even pains top U.S. pollsters, such as Frank Luntz. Listen and watch this prediction from Frank and the agony on his face over the weekend.
If you had to bet $150,000 on who's going to win in November, who would you bet on?
I never dreamed that I would say this, but I would bet on Trump. I thought it was done. I thought it was over. You don't come back from an impeachment. You don't come back from January 6th. You don't come back from any of this. But he's come back. The guy's a survivor. And his opponent is having so much trouble that I would, at this point, give the edge to Trump.
You know, every time it looks like he's done, Trump pops back up like Hulk Hogan in a bad 1980s WWF wrestling match. So what's next in the left's attempt to shut him down permanently? NBC News with a wild headline over the weekend that reads as follows. Quote, "A network of public interest groups and lawmakers nervous about former President Trump's potential return to power is quietly devising plans to foil any effort on his part to pressure the U.S. military to carry out his political agenda," end quote. Are Democrats trying to undermine the Constitution? Are they saying the quiet part out loud? Is this a coup? NBC is basically saying they fear that Trump will use the military in dictator-type ways if reelected. All because of the dictator for a day comment made, tongue-in-cheek, to Sean Hannity. But that's the desperation level of the Democrats. One soundbite out of context to further spread the fear of Trump. And here's a portion of what NBC News was reporting. Donald Trump is sparking fears among those who understand the inner workings of the Pentagon that he would convert the nonpartisan U.S. military into the muscular arm of his political agenda as he makes comments about dictatorship and devalues the checks and balances that underpin the nation's 2-century-old democracy. It's funny how we talk about democracy when we look at what the Biden DOJ is doing to Trump, but I digress. Back to the NBC column. A circle of appointees independent of Trump's political operation steered him away from ideas that would have pushed the limits of presidential power in his last term. That according to books they've written and testimony given to Congress. Most were gone by the end. In a new term, many former officials worry that Trump would instead surround himself with loyalists unwilling to say no. Now bracing for Trump's potential return, a loose-knit network of public interest groups and lawmakers is quietly devising plans to try to foil any efforts to expand presidential power, which could include pressuring the military to cater to his political needs. Those taking part in the effort told NBC News they are studying Trump's past actions and his 2024 policy positions, so they will be ready in November if he wins. That involves preparing to take legal action and send letters to Trump appointees spelling out the consequences that they would face if they undermine constitutional norms. Trump has raised fresh questions about his intentions if he regains power by putting forward a legal theory that a president would be free to do nearly anything with impunity, including assassinate political rivals, so long as Congress can't muster the votes to impeach him and throw him out of office. Now, that's the end of the NBC column right there. But under Trump, We had peace. We had prosperity. We had no wars. The only wars waged were by the swamp and the media and the Democrats in the direction of Trump because he took a massive flamethrower to the establishment from day one. But do you really think that Trump would assassinate political rivals? Stop. I don't. But what about vice versa? Would the left ever attempt to take out Trump? Nobody wants to discuss it, rightfully so. But we've all thought about that possibility happening one day, right? Admit it. You have. You've thought about it. Tucker Carlson had this to say on a past interview in the fall. Listen and watch this clip.
He won anyway. They impeached him twice on ridiculous pretenses. They fabricated a lot about what happened on January 6th in order to impeach him again. It didn't work. He came back. Then they indicted him. It didn't work. He became more popular. Then they indicted him 3 more times, and every single time his popularity rose. So if you begin with criticism, then you go to protest, then you go to impeachment, now you go to indictment, and none of them work, what's next? I mean, graph it out, man. We're speeding toward assassination, obviously, and no one will say that, but I don't know how you can reach that conclusion.
I don't believe that the government would kill Trump. It would be far too obvious at this point. And there would be no way to spin it. Even the most ardent Trump haters and detractors would realize what happened. But Vivek Ramaswamy, who we'll talk about coming up in a few minutes, feels otherwise. Quote, last time it was a man-made pandemic and big tech election interference. Now the same billionaires funding the lawsuits against Trump are the ones trying to prop up Nikki Haley, he asserted. The same mainstream media blasting Trump is lavishing praise on Nikki Haley. They want to narrow this to a 2-horse race between Trump and Haley. Eliminate Trump one way or the other and trot their puppet into the White House. That was Vivek Ramaswamy on the campaign trail, and Ramaswamy's ominous claim that the establishment will get to Trump one way or another, which seemingly entertained the idea that he might be assassinated, was challenged by a voter, according to the Iowa Dispatch's John McCormick a few days ago in Iowa. But I'll wrap by saying this. I don't believe Trump would ever assassinate anybody. I also don't believe Trump would be killed by the feds. But just remember, everything they said that would happen under Trump has already been happening under Biden. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take this morning brought to you by Best Work Industries for the Blind. They are changing lives. A nonprofit organization located in Cherry Hill. Best Work Industries for the Blind provides training and employment for people who are blind or visually impaired. For employment opportunities or to donate, go to bestworkindustries.org. Coming up next, Trump and Vivek Ramaswamy together on stage. We'll get to some thoughts and reaction from that as we continue. It's a Wednesday morning. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Real Philly fans, sports fans, I know you love the Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only online casino and sportsbook app I ever recommend. 24/7 live casino action. So much fun, especially on a cold day like this. Download the Bet Parks app right now, and all your favorite casino games are right at your fingertips. Plus, you can bet on the pro football playoffs and all your favorite sports. Odds, bets, slots, games right in your pocket. The casino comes to wherever you are. Play the hottest online slots, or you can play blackjack, roulette, Texas Hold'em with a live dealer right on your phone. Get winning on the Bet Parks app. It's so simple. If I can use it, anybody can use it. New users, join me right now. Just download the app. Get up to $1,000 in casino bucks back if you're not a winner in the first 24 hours. Details on the Bet Parks app or at betparks.com. PARX. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. You must be 21 in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary to give you the best value because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
The popular Friends and Family Sale is back at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable Cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey Philly, it's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey Harley, what's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh right, it's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
Hey, this is Mike Quick. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point of sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS system available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team will create a custom game plan that will help your business succeed. Visit PDQPOS.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey Audubon, tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
And I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together. Whether it's Republican or Democrat or liberal or conservative, it would be so nice if we could come together and straighten out the world and straighten out the problems and straighten out all of the death and destruction that we're witnessing. It's practically never been like this. It's just so important, and I want to make that a very big part of our message. We're going to come together. It's going to happen soon, too.
That is how it sounded last night in New Hampshire as Donald Trump and Vivek Ramaswamy taking the stage together in the second state, the Granite State, as we continue on. Kayal and Company, welcome back in. Good to have you in on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll play Vivek here in just a moment. So this was kind of interesting last night, and I was at the point I got finished, preparing for the show. It was like 6:30. I'm like, all right, I'm done watching news television for the day. I'm gonna zone out, watch The Big Bang Theory or something. And I'm flipping through the channels right at 7 o'clock, looking for something to watch. And I went through like the news channels, and I came across Fox. And I thought that Laura Ingraham was like playing something from Trump that we had already discussed a day ago or something like that. And I realized it was live and it was Trump in New Hampshire. And then he brought Vivek Ramaswamy up to the stage. And here is what Vivek had to say. And then let's talk about this, both what Trump had to say and Vivek. But let's hear from the young whippersnapper, Mr. Ramaswamy, on the stage with Donald Trump in New Hampshire.
Let's do this, guys. It's good to see you. It's good to be back to New Hampshire. We miss you guys. We're going to make this happen, and you guys know this well. You know this man. You know why we're here. Patriots across the state. We are in the middle of a war in this country. That's what this is. It's not a war between black and white. It's not between Democrat and Republican, even in a deeper sense. It's between the permanent state and the everyday citizen. Between those of us who love the United States of America and a fringe minority who hates this country and what we stand for. And right now we need a commander-in-chief who will lead us to victory in this war. That's what we need in this country.
All right, so that was a little bit of Vivek. We know that Vivek loves to hear Vivek speak. He actually went on for about an 8-minute speech there. But some thoughts in reaction to that. Number one, we came back in from the break with Trump. I thought Trump came off very warm. He came off very welcoming. And I thought, when I'm hearing and watching that, it almost sounded like he was truly trying to, and who knows, the next time he speaks, he could be in a completely different mindset. But he was trying to be the uniter that Joe claimed that he was and that he was going to be, but clearly isn't. And I would say, moving forward, not that Donald Trump will ever value my opinion, that moving forward, that approach of trying to unite people, even though it could be a total wasted effort, is likely his best course of strategy. Because if you think about this, we're going to have probably the most narrow, razor-thin margin of an election that maybe any of us will ever see in our lifetimes. I mean, that's a distinct possibility. And this election could be decided by 4, 5, or 6 states, swing states. And honestly, if you do the math and you go back to look at 2020, this could come down to, in a nation of 340 million, and I don't know how many registered voters there are in America or how many people are technically eligible to vote in this country, but this could come down to 4 or 5 states and 150,000 votes. In a nation of 340 million people.
Less. I mean, if you think
Maybe
about
even
it,
less.
in 2020, I think it was 46,000 in 3 states, and in 2016, it was like 75,000 in 3 states. So,
I mean, how wild is that?
Yeah.
In a country the size that this country is, with the amount of people that we have, that's how close this thing will be. And then I thought with Vivek, if Trump is going to be softer and more uniting, Vivek could be Trump's flamethrower in some sort of role. He's got that younger outsider. Yeah. He's like, a mini. Everybody said, well, DeSantis is a mini me. Vivek could be that guy for the guy that doesn't need to throw the fastball every single time he gets up on stage anymore. And then lastly, I would say, is there any doubt? And I think Trump went on to say that Vivek is going to be with us for a very long time. I don't think that means VP by any stretch. but I think you can take it to the bank that he's got a spot in the cabinet somewhere.
Chief of staff or something?
Chief of staff. I mean,
I don't know.
Definitely teased it.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, it would certainly be something more important than White House press secretary. But could you imagine him being the White House press secretary every day? The way he goes after and crushes mainstream media. I mean, could you imagine him sitting up there and being the 1,000% opposite of Karine Jean-Pierre? I mean, he'll probably have a more important role than that. Not that White House press secretary is not an important role because you got to put spin on things. But, Dawn, I'm not sure if you saw that last night, but I really thought, and I only watched it for about 10 or 12 minutes, and then I got out. I heard what I needed to hear. I thought it was really good on both sides, both for Trump and for Vivek.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, I'm not surprised. And I knew Kathy Burnett, because she was on my show, and then she said, I'm getting on a plane. And so she didn't want to say where she was going, but I think that they all, this was something that was planned. The one thing that I will say that strikes me about this is that New Hampshire has, like the rest of the country, but they have been struck with many of these fentanyl deaths and the addiction problem. They've really dealt with that. Remember when Vivek was here in Philadelphia, he held all of those town halls. I know he was with, I think, Smirkanish on CNN for one big town hall. I was with him at the Union League of Philadelphia, and they had that big town hall. And they were really not like a political rally. There were parents of, young people and people of all ages but mostly young men who had died of some kind of drug overdose, but especially fentanyl. So that is, I didn't realize in New Hampshire, as I'm looking through this, that is one of those issues that strikes a chord with people in New Hampshire. And that's something where Vivek has been holding these town halls across the country. Mm-hmm. And so if he's there in New Hampshire reaching out to young people and that sort of thing, maybe that's a different, to your point about that sliver of people who are a little bit undecided or independent.
Yep.
Does Vivek reach in and reach somebody different than Trump would have? And also because in New Hampshire, the Democrats are in there trying to get others, to Democrats to flip over and vote for and meddle essentially with trying to get Nikki Haley in there rather than DeSantis.
Right.
How does this play into it with Vivek now in the picture?
Yeah.
Is he on the trail for working for the Trump campaign?
This election, and you mentioned the number of 46,000 or whatever it is. I mean, you have Trump has his base. His base is going nowhere. So independents are going to determine this thing. Maybe a moderate Democrat that realized Biden is awful and is just going to vote Trump for the fact of a good economy, or maybe somebody that was a Trump person in 16 that was not Trump in 20 that goes back to Trump in 24. But you cannot leave any stone unturned in the race for 270 electoral votes with a margin so small, whether it is females, whether it's the black vote. And you mentioned Vivek and being young. Vivek has this energy. And by the way, too, and I think we all agree with this, the Democrats use social media better than Republicans do. They have a bigger footprint there. They've taken over on TikTok. Vivek has embraced TikTok. One thing that we said over these last 2 or 3 months is that Nikki Haley didn't gain traction online, but she was doing relatively well in polls. Vivek wasn't polling great, but man, was he a monster on social media. You want Vivek Ramaswamy and his social media presence and the youth and the energy and what he brings to the party that the party is lacking. And I think that can't go underestimated in this ever-evolving world of media and the way we consume information and content. Vivek Ramaswamy is very modernized in that regard, in that facet. I don't think you can, if this is going to come down to 46,000 votes, you're going to need every single one of them. And I know we've been talking about VPs and different females from, Tulsi Gabbard to Nikki Haley to Sarah Huckabee Sanders to Carrie Lake and every other female under the sun that we have mentioned on this show in the last month. I've also been seeing people talk about Ben Carson's name being thrown out there. So, Vivek probably won't be the VP, even though he would check a box. But man, you want that guy in your camp because this guy's got juice. He can talk for days. And I do think he resonates because we also gave you that story a while back that younger men, high school boys, 18 to 22, are skewing more and more conservative. I don't speak to many 18 to 22-year-old boys in my daily life, but I would think that those that are skewing conservative probably look at Vivek Ramaswamy as a guy that they kind of relate to. He's 38 years old. He's got all sorts of, for lack of a better phrase, piss and vinegar to his step. I think he resonates with that younger demo that Republicans need to not only, campaign towards, but appeal to. So I thought that was pretty interesting last night.
I disagree. Well, I think that he is.
What do you disagree with?
I think that Vivek is good for Trump. I don't know if he gets him anything that Trump doesn't already have.
Yeah,
Trump
but he got 3 points in Iowa.
Okay,
who were those individuals? Because they didn't go for any of the other choices of DeSantis, Haley, or Trump. So who was Vivek able to tap into? You know what I mean? And I mean, think about that, Greg. How did he get even 3 points if those individuals?
He got 7.7% of the vote.
Correct, but
Yep.
you know what I mean, of the Iowa caucus I'm talking about.
Gotcha.
So what did Trump get? 20, and so even that small percentage matters because then Trump would have had a third, and so
yeah. But you're talking about Iowa. I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that if Trump is going to win this election, he needs to reach people that he doesn't reach right now, and Vivek reaches those people that he's reaching already.
Well, but how did he get a significant? It wasn't 1%; it was nearly 8% of that vote. Who did Vivek tap into that didn't go for Trump, didn't go for Haley, didn't go for DeSantis? So what did he tap into? Obviously, those were some folks who said, he's somebody who. I mean, think about that significance of Iowa. Those individuals knew that Vivek was not going to win.
Iowa's not the rest of the country.
I know, but
like it's
so if it's not
obviously it's not.
He needs to tap into people
that
can win him a general election.
But he tapped into a younger vote. He was visiting churches. He was visiting homeless shelters. He was visiting families. And I'm telling you, that's what I was trying to say earlier. He's holding these town halls. He's holding these town halls, speaking with people who and really reaching into their hearts, speaking about, for example, how to solve quality of life issues, such as the fentanyl crisis, the drug crisis, that sort of thing, in cities like Philadelphia. You don't see Trump going into Kensington, right? Yeah. But here was Vivek Ramaswamy in the city of Philadelphia and talking to people, having the conversation, listening. He's very good at it.
So if Vivek doesn't tap into what Trump needs, are you saying that Trump needs to find somebody that taps into either the female demographic or the African American demographic?
He needs to find somebody who taps into the people on the fence in a general election that wouldn't necessarily vote for him, and Vivek doesn't do that.
What would you say is more important for Trump right now from a VP standpoint? And I know we've talked about we don't elect people based on who their VP is. Is it more important to have an African American like Ben Carson or a female like any of the females that we have mentioned, whether it's Nikki Haley, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Tulsi Gabbard?
I understand why you're doing this. I just hate playing this game because then you're saying that you're going to get the African American vote or get more of it because black people only vote for black people, or you're going to get more of the woman vote because women only vote for women. I hate playing that game.
Well, I don't think Ben Carson gets you the black vote, to be completely honest.
Of course he doesn't. No,
yeah. I mean,
Ben Carson doesn't really get you anything.
Right.
I'm sorry.
We've seen the polling numbers where Joe has lost 24% of the black vote. He's gone from 87% to 63%. So if that is true, there's going to be a sizable difference of black voters voting Trump this time around, then I would say it's more important to make your VP a female.
Peter M on the YouTube chat says Vivek is brown. He brings that is just I hate that. Like you're playing the identity politics game.
Yep.
And it's just like it's demeaning to the people of that race or whatever that say they only vote for people who look like that.
And I get what you're saying, but this time around, here's the difference. And this might sound partisan.
Yeah.
But I think if you listen to these people, the substance outweighs the left. You have Kamala Harris, identity politics. You go on down the left. All of these incompetent people that are awful at their job. Nobody thinks Vivek is incompetent. Nobody thinks Nikki Haley's a stooge or a buffoon. Everybody that's either female or minority on the GOP side of things, and maybe I'm coming off as a GOP fanboy, and that's fine. If you want to label me that, that's fine. But these people actually seem really qualified for what they're doing.
The problem is that Vivek is very, very smart, and he's very well.
Why is that a problem?
Well, can I please finish? Thank you. He's very smart. He's very articulate, and he speaks the Trump MAGA message well.
Yeah.
Trump doesn't need help with that. Trump speaks the MAGA message well himself.
Well, that's what I said. He's got the base already.
He needs somebody who talks outside of that, who gets something that he it's like you need somebody who excels at something that you lack in. He doesn't lack in verbal skills. He doesn't lack in getting his message across. Vivek, that's his skill.
But that was my point as far as Vivek, when he's not on that stage last night where he was talking about patriots, and we didn't play the whole speech, but if he's going to work for the Trump campaign, my point to you is he was very different from what you saw, just that clip you played, when he's holding these town halls and when he's campaigning, and such that many of the people who come to these different town halls or Vivek is speaking to on different issues and reaching different people than Trump won. That was my original point, that he was, in other words, talking to different people and listening to different people who, for example, are impacted greatly by the opioid addictions. That's a huge issue in New Hampshire. Look at it. Look at the numbers. And so that's a different community necessarily than Trump was looking at. And what Vivek brings is that he's also another business person. He brings youth. He brings energy. He just turned 38, a couple months ago?
Yeah.
So I do think he brings something different. To Greg's point, that clip, was just a, hey, we're patriots. But it was also, hey, we're unified. I'm Team Trump. That was, he needed to say that then. Moving forward, does he need to be on the stage saying that? To Greg's point, no.
Right.
But if he's actually out in New Hampshire doing what he did here in Philadelphia, that's a different crowd than Trump. That was my original point.
855-839-1210 to climb in. Coming up next, the Babylon Bee receives major backlash after a joke about Vivek Ramaswamy doesn't land for some. We're back after this. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You know that I love the Piazza family, love everything, all the vehicles now for my son Michael. I actually took Michael's car, his Honda Civic, into work today because I left the minivan, my Honda minivan, for him. My other son, Jonathan, my stepson, he went to Piazza, got a great vehicle, loves it. It was a pre-owned vehicle. And now there's news for Piazza. So excited to announce that the Piazza family is very excited to welcome the two newest members to their family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the Main Line, both located on Lancaster Avenue. So you will receive the very same first-class customer experience that you've come to expect from Piazza Premium Automobiles. Find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, so much more. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, PIAZZA PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Always tell them Dawn sent you.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Looking to warm up your winter with some sizzling savings? Bundle up and head to the Bush Auto Group. Visit one of 2 Nissan locations in Exton or Limerick this month and you can save big. Right now, lease a 2023 Nissan Rogue for as low as $248 a month. And that's not all. Every vehicle purchase comes with over $3,000 in bonus value to melt away the cost of vehicle ownership. Don't miss out. Drive away with the hottest savings of the season. Visit us in-store or online today at bushautogroup.com. Philly rides with us.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 652. Welcome back in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on a frigid Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut you in less than 1 hour. Tony Bruno at 8:30. I got to rip conservatives. I got to rip Republicans. I got to rip everybody that all of a sudden got in their feelings over a stinking parody account yesterday. I actually saw this in the evening around dinner time, and I didn't even think, I kind of laughed at it. I didn't even read the story. I just saw the headline and the picture and giggled. And we figured we would talk about this now because we're just coming off of Vivek being in New Hampshire with Donald Trump. So the Babylon Bee is obviously a conservative-based parody, humor, joke Twitter feed. But they put out a headline yesterday with the picture that says, Trump promises Vivek an administration position running the White House 7-Eleven. And there's the picture of Vivek in the green 7-Eleven polo with the red number 7, and there's a backdrop of, it looks like a massive 7-Eleven that would be positioned, and built inside the White House. And the amount of people And this was not just your typical snowflake woke person that's offended by everything under the sun. These were people that follow the Babylon Bee. These are people that said, I love your content. You guys are hilarious, but this is out of line. This is over the top. This is not funny. I can't believe I have to say this to the conservatives out there that have become the group that are not offended by comedy, not offended by jokes, that can separate reality from fiction, that you need to just relax. It is a stinking parody account. It is no different than Saturday Night Live, when Saturday Night Live actually had raunchy humor, when they weren't afraid of their own shadows. And it's like, this is what I always say. You check your outrage at the door when you show up at the comedy club, right? You can't go to a comedy club and remotely be possibly offended by a joke, because it's a joke. It's not real life.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand the outrage from people that know the Babylon Bee is a parody account. Yet here we are last night, and this got 34,000 likes, 6.1 million views, over 3,200 retweets, and of course the usual suspects. MSNBC host Mehdi Hassan says, never quite sure what's worse about this right-wing wannabe Onion site, that it's just unfunny or that it's openly bigoted. And then, of course, Bloomberg columnist Matthew Yglesias tweeted, racist, yes, but I also think outdated. So I guess the joke that the Babylon Bee is making here is like 90s humor, which, I don't know, the 90s were kind of a fun time and kind of some funny stuff back then. I had no problem with it, but I'm surprised that conservatives are in their feelings about this.
I looked at it and I was like, ooh, but part of me looks at that and I think, in a way, what that says is that this guy is so successful, they can make fun of him.
Yes.
Much like you can make fun of an Irish guy or an Italian guy.
Right.
Because that guy is... and I'm not articulating this as well as I should, but in other words, if you've arrived, if you're so smart and you're so successful, then they can make fun of you. Mm-hmm. If they're tiptoeing around you, that's a problem. It's much like let's say in television, they say, like, if you're doing something and you make such a mistake that people feel sorry for you, you're in trouble.
Right.
As an on-air talent. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's just that it shows how strong they think he is, that they can now take a jab at him.
Yeah. I can see Dave Chappelle making a joke like this on one of his Netflix specials about Vivek. And there's going to be people triggered by it, but of course, that's the point of it. It's comedy, it's jokes, it's supposed to walk up to the line and sometimes cross the line, but it's not reality. 855-839-1210, the number. All right, coming up next, Donald Trump does have Nikki Haley in her crosshairs. Wait till you see and hear what he put out on Truth Social, as well as ABC News calling off the New Hampshire GOP primary debate. Only one man was going to show up, and you can't debate yourself. It's Kayal and Company. We're back after this with Hour 2.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
In the Pennsylvania Army National Guard, get a head start on a career in exciting fields, including science, communications, engineering, and medicine, all while earning money for your education. This training will boost your eligibility for a high-paying and rewarding profession, and you can get it all while serving part-time in your community. To learn more about the Pennsylvania Army National Guard, visit nationalguard.com/PA and talk to a recruiter today. Paid for by the Pennsylvania Army National Guard.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, hour number 1 goes by in a blur as we welcome you back in. Hour number 2 underway on this frigid Wednesday. I don't know, it's like 17, 18 degrees outside. If you don't have to go outside, don't go. I am giving all of you a get out of jail for free card from work today. I will write you the excuse. Remember back in the day when you would have to get the written excuse and you'd have to bring it in, or how did that go? Your mom would write you excuse, Johnny was out, blah, blah, blah.
Or you would forge it.
That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was actually great at it. I could pull off my mom and my dad's penmanship.
My mother's handwriting is impeccable.
Is it?
She's like it's just like you can't imitate it.
Yeah.
It's way too hard.
Does she still write in cursive?
She does.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's very big on writing the letters.
Uh-huh.
You know, the notes and everything. And it's just,
That's how people stay on track.
Old school.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you haven't used cursive in a long time, try going and writing like a full letter in cursive. You're going to forget how to use certain letters. It's unbelievable.
In all seriousness, do they still teach cursive?
I think it's kind of a dying thing. I don't know that they do.
It's not right.
Yeah.
It's not right.
I agree.
The nuns, the Catholic schools do teach it.
Do they?
But I don't know. There's something with boys. I don't know what that is. Left brain, right brain, whatever. But
I write in all capital letters.
You do?
I do.
That's what my dad does.
And I type my big take in all capital letters. Lorenzo's head explodes every time he sees it. He's like, it looks like you're yelling for the whole thing. I'm like, no, I just use capital letters. I don't know what it is.
Well, maybe because Temple, you went to Temple.
I know.
And usually anything with broadcasting, they teach you to script it out in all caps.
Yeah.
I think they still do that.
That could be it.
That's probably the Temple.
Yeah.
The Temple way.
The Temple way. Now the Temple way is we just shoot people on campus.
Stop.
You see
it
that
was
story
a stabbing.
yesterday? Or stabbing, yeah.
At 7:15 in the morning.
Yeah.
On a snow day.
I know.
Yeah.
I think that one was a mentally,
Yeah.
Isn't it weird that
I'm sure.
Hey, the
was.
show has to go on. We can't let bad weather affect our shootings and our stabbings in this city.
Maybe that guy was on psychotropic drugs as well.
Yeah, could very well be. All right, 7:03. We have a lot of good stuff coming up this hour. ABC calling off the New Hampshire GOP primary debate. We will get to that. Also, the latest betting odds. And there's a very interesting fly in the ointment, so to speak. We will give you those details. And also, the measles and a new strain of COVID. Get ready. It's an election year. All hell's going to break loose. We'll give you those details. Cut sheet 745, but let's get some news. Round number 2, 7:04, the great Dawn Stenzel.
Yeah, and good morning. In the news this morning here on Kayal and Company News Live, we've risen to 15 degrees at this point. But with the wind chill, it feels like it's about maybe 2 degrees where you are. We are sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds in the News. So the latest from Philadelphia police on this developing story that we have been following. Philadelphia police blocking all lanes on the usually busy, Roosevelt Boulevard this morning, surrounding a pickup truck nearby. So this all started 5:30 in the morning, just off the boulevard at Borbeck Avenue, and that's right near, for example, a very busy area. If you know, in the Ronhurst section of Northeast Philadelphia, I know there's an Aldi grocery store there, because I love Aldi grocery stores. But police could be seen blocking off the traffic on the boulevard as they surrounded that big silver pickup truck. So they're not immediately saying, giving us all of the details. Reportedly, maybe this was some kind of a road rage situation, but there was somebody firing from a vehicle as they were driving. That was the latest on that one. So all lanes of the boulevard, several side streets. I know Borbeck, they were doing a lot of rerouting there, but they were blocking off streets. So the latest here, within the last 30 minutes, maybe 25 minutes, the southbound lanes of the boulevard and some of those side streets remained blocked. So just a heads up. There are reports that this began with a shooting. I don't have the victim of the shooting. That's what I'm trying to find. Was somebody rushed to the hospital? I don't have that information. And I don't actually have the information that they have finalized this and they have a suspect in custody. So I'm looking at, multiple different, trying to get information from multiple sources on this one.
All right.
But a real mess here. Initially, you may have thought, because I know that our sibling station, KYW News Radio, had said, there's a lot of police activity and there are backups now. This obviously affects, other areas where the backups were. So they weren't reporting that there was an actual shooting. A lot of people assumed this may be weather related because, of course, a lot of the roads are frozen up, all these warnings going out. That's why we have 2-hour delays, at least, for many schools and businesses. But man, the Philadelphia public schools are getting ripped because they ran on a regular schedule yesterday. It was bizarre. Usually, especially the Archdiocesan schools, the Catholic schools, usually work with Philadelphia schools. Usually they're pretty much, if you look at one, if one announces, then the other one will do in like manner. Not so much yesterday. Why was that? We still don't have from Tony Watlington, the school superintendent, or anybody. I don't have that explanation for you.
So they business as usual yesterday, but 2-hour delay today?
Because they were ripped by the parents, the teachers, everybody just said, how are we supposed to get there?
I mean, I could have seen 2-hour delay yesterday, back to normal today.
No.
But it's like the inverse.
In the city of Philadelphia, just navigating through, because I go through Philadelphia, from even Chestnut Hill, West Mount Airy, some of those areas, it was a mess today. It was an icy mess on the side streets in Philadelphia today. There's no way buses could get through.
Right.
It just was not going to happen. So I don't know. I mean, yesterday, impossible.
Mm-hmm.
It took me. I mean, what time we all got here? I got here at 5 yesterday. I left my house at like 4:10.
Yeah. It's just inexcusable. It's unexplainable, like, in this section of the country. Like, we should be prepared for this. These roads should be taken care of. Like, I get it down in Nashville, where my daughters still are, because they got snow starting early on Monday. They were already off for MLK Jr. Day, but they canceled school for Tuesday and Wednesday because
it's the South.
It's the South. They only do the major interstates. They don't do any of the side streets or even like the busy roads, even like the DeKalb Pikes of the world or Germantown Pikes. Like, they don't even do roads like that, but they also got between 4 to 6 inches. We get 2 to 3 or 3.5, whatever it was in certain areas, and it just paralyzes everything for days. It's hard to fathom.
Yeah, well, it's leadership matters.
Yeah.
I was researching this, and the one thing I will tell you is that if you research elections in cities that were impacted by major snowstorms, and I went back in the day of a mayor who was victorious in the city of Chicago, Jane Byrne. If you look it up, it's historic in the nation because she literally ran on the fact that the city of Chicago was shut down for a week with a major snowstorm. And she ran on it and said, this will never happen again. We will fix it. She won as the mayor. and it never happened again.
And that was a factor in winning the election.
So
how about that?
So if you look at if somebody ran on just that, and then they won, then they fixed the problem, because the most dangerous thing to any career politician or any party that locks it in is that they might be in peril.
Mm-hmm. Hey.
So it's not the dangerous ice;
Right.
it's dangerous to Dems or career politicians.
Elections have consequences.
Yes, sir. Let's talk about the city of Philadelphia confirming this additional case of measles. These warnings from the health department, and again, they're speaking carefully as they say you don't need ID. You don't. They seem to be saying a whole lot of details without coming out and saying what I think they're intending to say.
Without offending?
Without saying the issue, what the issue may be.
Identifying the people responsible?
Or, which communities, nothing like that.
Yeah.
You don't need any ID.
It's just like
you
voting.
don't have to
No
pay.
ID.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to pay. They're putting out all of these messages, but I will say that they should use the word immunized, because these children clearly, these children who have measles, who are going into daycare centers, they are not properly immunized.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a threat. It's actually life-threatening if somebody has a baby who's under 1 year old that doesn't have their MMR immunizations.
Right.
This could be deadly. But these outbreaks, this is a highly contagious issue, measles, that we shut down, and we felt like we had eradicated it. What's going on in the city of Philadelphia, Montgomery County, Delaware County, now Camden County?
And this immunization is 100% effective.
Yep.
Right. Like there's no debate.
Yes.
It doesn't. Well, some of it doesn't work. It works.
People are blaming the people or the person or kid who got it, may not have been a citizen here. However, if everybody was vaccinated for this, it wouldn't be an issue.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm just saying.
Yep.
It's not just the open borders. It's also the dopey parents who won't vaccinate their children.
How do they even get these kids into school? I thought this was a requirement to attend a public school.
You can get a religious exemption.
Yeah, there's always
so
that.
To Greg's point, I have a neighbor, and when she moved into, and this is Phoenixville, her across the street neighbor, they have like 7 kids, and she was like, "Oh, no, I hope you're not going to have your young children vaccinated. None of our kids are vaccinated." And my relative was like, "Okay, until my kids are older, we're going to stay away from because of what Greg's saying."
Yeah.
But so there are those individuals, but they can get a religious exemption. The only other thing I'll say, though, you don't get MMR until they're about a year old.
Yeah.
And there are people who plan on getting everything,
right?
And they have an 8-month-old.
Yeah, and I've got really no interest in MMR. I'm more of a PhD guy myself. But it's interesting. So and I'm not trying to be selfish here, but just for us, like the three of us, we're vaccinated for the measles. So if
we're immunized,
immunized. If we came across the kid that had the measles, what would there be any effect on us?
It's a good question.
That's what I want to know. I mean, I'm not sure. I know I don't want any children and toddlers to die, but I'm wondering, like, hey, if I'm at a grocery store and I go by little Skippy who's not, and he's got it, and I come in contact with that, do I get mild symptoms? Do I get nothing? I'm assuming nothing, because they say it's 100% effective. Like, it's dead on arrival when it comes to you. But remember when Fauci said that about the COVID shot?
Yeah.
The transmission stops dead in its tracks, which we know was wrong. So
I know that sometimes with some immunizations, they say that you might want a booster later in life. Like sometimes they can actually test you.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody really dealt with the issue because we were all immunized.
Right. Now we're going to have adults running around getting boosters for measles.
Coming back in 2025, scarlet fever.
Yeah.
Get ready for that, folks.
The year was 2028, and the bubonic plague made a comeback.
So this says, I'm looking up this, according to the CDC, considers people who receive 2 doses of measles vaccine as children. According to the CDC, the immunization schedule, you should be protected for life, and you do not ever need a booster dose. If you're not sure whether or not you are fully vaccinated, you want to talk to your healthcare provider. And I suspect that if you never received that measles, mumps, rubella, MMR vaccine, they can give you a blood test if they thought maybe that you are immune compromised. But again, this was eradicated until maybe something else happened in the country that might be affecting us. Can't imagine what that could be.
Anthony, you are fired.
Fauci's been fired again by DeSantis.
There's so much news this morning. Obviously, the snow drought is over. We talked about the snow, but what we didn't talk about was the ice. So now anything that was, because we had the snow, the timing of it mattered as we look to why we have all these delays this morning, court delays, school delays, business delays. Because if you're headed out, they're saying that especially side streets and even some on and off ramps, if it looks like a wet surface, it's probably not wet. We're at, 15 degrees? So many precautionary words being put out there to say, please slow down, be safe. And by the way, another 2 to 4 inches of snow is possible in the forecast for this Friday. So tomorrow we will warm up to 36 degrees. There's a lot of news, and that now I've lost my place, but ultimately we do have a lot of cancellations and delays at PHL, so a heads up on that one. Let me get the sponsor in really fast this morning because I know we do have a lot going on, but I love this, budgetblinds.com. Budgetblinds.com. It's your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization.
I've used them, by the way. They're amazing.
Oh, my gosh.
I use them.
I know.
They did the entire first floor of my house.
You did?
Yeah, so it's great.
So I was looking at looking at budgetblinds.com yesterday. I mean, these are some
affordable and good.
And beautiful.
Yep.
Because you don't think of blinds as beautiful, but they really are. Free in-home consult. My husband's like, oh, God, you had to have Budget Blinds as a sponsor. Free in-home consultations and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Just ask about their exclusive inspired collection online, budgetblinds.com. Thank you for sponsoring us this morning, Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:15 Wednesday morning, the cut sheet 30 minutes out. Coming up next, Nikki Haley and one person who has surpassed her in the presidential betting odds. That story on the way, and also coming up in about 30 minutes, or actually before the cut sheet, an unbelievable story with COVID. It really falls along the lines of what we're discussing here with the measles in the news. We'll get to that as we continue as well. Nick, Dawn, and Greg back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wrap your family in a comfort food hug with Hatfield's variety of marinated tenderloins, pork loin fillets, bacon, ham, ground pork, and sausage. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. Bring warmth and flavor to your table all winter with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Find your flavor with Hatfield. Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Did you know that most men over 50 have ED? Alpha Men's Center has a 96% success rate with ED. ED has many causes, like high blood pressure, low testosterone, and diabetes. And Alpha Men's Center has multiple treatment options. In fact, for $99, you get a consultation, blood work, and a test dose. And if you don't get results, your visit is free. 484-685-1235. Call Alpha Men's Center, alphamencenter.com. 484-685-1235.
Hi, Little Bob here. This year, we're doubling down on
on new at Bob's Discount Furniture. So happy New Year! I've got new styles like my Dylan sectional, new ways to recharge with my Tuxedo Motion sofa, new mattresses for a new lease on life, new colors and new everyday low prices. My Calvin bedroom is just $7.99. I've even got a new look. Wait, you can't see what I'm wearing? Ah, schnickel fritz. When you can have a new year for less, there's only one thing to say. Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Debt. If you hate debt as much as we do, listen. Debt. It's one of the biggest problems faced by 77% of Americans. A system called Debt-Free for Life is a smart, financially unique solution. Not only does Debt-Free for Life, a proprietary system that you can access absolutely free, help our clients pay off their debts years, sometimes decades earlier, it can also save them tens of thousands of dollars in interest, build their wealth at the same time, and it does it all tax-free. Find out more now. Go to jmlfinancialgroup.com to get your free report on Debt-Free for Life, or call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group at 856-751-1771. Remember, access to Debt-Free for Life is absolutely free. Check it out now at jmlfinancialgroup.com.
It pretty much hurt doing anything. I couldn't ride a bicycle. You don't have your life because you don't have your mobility.
So when Patrick heard about QC Kinetics and their non-invasive regenerative treatments for pain, no waiting, he called them immediately.
There's no downtime. There's no rehab. That was the tipping point for me. I didn't have to take any drugs. I didn't have to rehab.
Before considering surgery, check out QC Kinetics all-natural treatment options that restore and repair damaged joint tissue in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back.
If you have knee replacement surgery and then the knee is not yours and there's no guarantee that that's going to be successful.
QC Kinetics. Patients around the country are raving about the results. They're getting back their mobility, taking back their lives with no downtime, no drugs, and no surgery. Don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. with the good news brought to you by BetterHelp. When a hip-hop artist gives back to his community, we should salute that artist. The good news in Atlanta, Georgia, the rapper named T.I. recently cut the ribbon for a 143-unit housing development. T.I. emphasized, I'm providing housing to allow people who love the community to be able to afford to stay. This is sponsored by BetterHelp. Therapy helps you find your strengths. Learning positive coping empowers you to be the best of yourself. If you're thinking about engaging in therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's all online. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/good news today to get 10% off of your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/good news. That's the good news. I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. on the USBC Network, brought to you by BetterHelp.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free speech lives here.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, rolling on live here on a Wednesday morning. What's on the cut sheet in just over 20 minutes? Tony Bruno, about an hour from now, can confirm that tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., our buddy Sean Farash, the great Trump impressionist impersonator, will join us. It's been a couple of weeks since we spoke to Sean. A lot of stuff in the news, obviously, with Trump. I'm sure he will have some updated material.
We can ask Trump if he thinks Vivek will help his election chances.
Yes.
Ramaswamy.
Exactly.
That's correct. And whether or not he will, operate a 7-Eleven in the White House.
Oh, that's not
Oh,
right.
I'm sorry. That was the Babylon Bee.
Yeah.
I don't want to trigger people.
It's a joke by the Babylon Bee.
Yes.
A joke, people. A
joke. A joke. We can't joke anymore. 855-839-1210. But one thing that is no joke, and that is the reality of the situation now, where we are getting to the point where I think people are exhausted and fatigued by the current format of debates. We have seen that Donald Trump will not participate in debates. Joe Biden doesn't want to do debates. Actually, ABC News now has called off their New Hampshire GOP primary debate that was scheduled for this Thursday. As this came out yesterday, the network had given both Nikki Haley and Donald Trump and their respective camps until 5 p.m. on Tuesday to commit to the debate, which apparently neither have decided to do, which has led to ABC News canceling the event. The only guy that was willing to debate was Ron DeSantis. But you can't have a debate with three people if two decide to skip it, right?
Yeah.
So, why do I have the visual in my head of DeSantis showing up at the debate in New Hampshire? Remember when there's the meme on social media that people use of John Travolta where he walks into the empty room and he's looking around and there's nobody there?
Yep.
I'm picturing DeSantis in that moment where nobody wants to debate. So Nikki Haley, Donald Trump will not debate, and they have said that they're out, so ABC has called it off.
Well, we actually have, Phil, if you can cue up cut 13 here, we actually have Nikki Haley. She was asked about it yesterday, about a New Hampshire debate, and this is what she said. Cut 13, Phil, go.
Last question for you is, should we expect to see you on the debate stage in New Hampshire?
Is Trump going to be on the debate stage?
Is that the metric?
I mean, I've debated 5 times already and had strong debates. Now it's time to get Trump on the stage.
So if he comes, then you'll come. Otherwise, nah.
I think we need to say, is Trump going to be on the stage? That's my question.
Okay, she's only willing to debate. She's done with DeSantis. There's nobody else left to debate, right? Vivek's gone home. He's with Team Trump. Christie's been out for days, if not weeks now. And we have a surprising new poll, for what it's worth, that showed Haley to be tied with Trump in New Hampshire with 40% of the GOP vote. She also went on to say on her social media feed, we've had 5 great debates in this campaign. Unfortunately, Donald Trump has ducked all of them. He has nowhere left to hide. To which I would say personally, be careful what you wish for and ask for, Nikki Haley, because I don't think this is a bold statement by any stretch. But I do think if Trump gets on the stage with Nikki, I think Trump would waltz to victory in a debate.
I understand him not doing the primaries, but do you think he's going to debate Biden?
Oh, yes.
Do you?
Oh, yeah.
Dawn,
Yeah,
do you think he's going to debate Biden?
Absolutely. He would destroy him. I mean, I don't know why he
I
wouldn't.
didn't say he wouldn't destroy him.
That's why
I'm
he
saying,
will, because it would be no contest.
Well, he would have destroyed those two as well, or whoever else, the Christie, and you know what I mean.
But you take polling for what it's worth, and you say, okay, well, Trump and Biden are pretty much neck and neck. Trump's up a point or two here, 5 points there. He's down a point there. I mean, there's still that was the biggest takeaway yesterday with all these people. What, Nikki Haley? It's now a 2-person race, which actually I'm starting to agree with. It's making more sense because Ron has no path. But like DeSantis and Nikki Haley walking out of Iowa feeling, quote, good about themselves, I'm like, you still lost by 30 and 32 points. The hell are you talking about?
It's true.
Right?
It's true.
So,
I don't understand him. I understand him not debating because it's like these guys and girls aren't even registering with anybody. But he could have carved them up as well. So why wouldn't he debate them, but he would debate Biden?
Do you think he just comes out one time and agrees to one debate with Nikki, squashes her and says, all right, that's it?
No.
No, he doesn't have to, but I think once you get into once you get past these primaries and now you have the candidates, I think Trump absolutely will want to debate Biden, but Biden will not want to debate Trump.
Right.
And so that's why the Democrats I would not be surprised if they come out and there's some made up thing where they want to keep him like they did last time around in the basement.
Yeah. Oh, there's no doubt. We're look at what he's doing right now. His whole campaign messaging so far has been democracy, dictatorship, abortion. He's gone to Pennsylvania a bunch of times. But, as we get closer, they're going to put him on mothballs. They're going to put him on ice, put him back in the basement, and they will not unveil Joe Biden again probably until we get to the fall, right? And then he'll pop. I mean, he's still going to do appearances. He's still going to show up but in those confrontational settings where he will be exposed for where he currently is cognitively, there's just no shot at that happening. So I totally agree with you. 855-839-1210 is the number. We will come back. We have some shocking odds for you. I keep mentioning this, and people don't want to take it seriously. But we do have some odds. And then also what they are doing in China, the details, the scary thoughts of this when we continue. But first, let me tell you about my friends, about the Piazza Auto Group. We've rung in the new year. It's January 17th. And our friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they still want to wish you a happy 2024. And they're excited because, they're welcoming in 2 new members to their family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the main line. So if you're in the market in 2024 for a premium luxury vehicle, may I suggest and recommend the Piazza Auto Group, both located on Lancaster Avenue. You're going to receive the same first-class customer experience that you would have anywhere else and that you have come to expect from Piazza Premium Automobiles. You can find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brand like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more. Check them out online, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, or swing by any of their premium dealership locations and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Picture a Baconator. The 6 strips of Applewood smoked bacon, the hot and juicy beef, the pretzel bun. Wait, pretzel bun? A pretzel Baconator. And it's only here for a limited time? And right now you can get $3 off mobile orders of $15 or more with the offer in the Wendy's app? This changes everything. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Pretzel Baconator.
Limited time only. Or participating U.S. Wendy's. $15 minimum required before taxes and fees. Account registration required.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You want to show that special person in your life how much you care? Then start the new year off with the 5 C's from Cozy Jewelers. I'm talking about color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy Touch. Our diamonds showcase vibrant color, precision cut, unparalleled clarity, and a carat that captures hearts. All of that adds up to an unforgettable gift, and that is the Cozy Touch. So for any special occasion, there is only one place to shop. Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, or online at CozyJewelers.com.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University with a special book signing on January 26th with Glenn McNow and Ray Didinger.
If folks have not seen the newly constituted show, he brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it, his brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
See Conklin at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th, and at the Broadway Theater in Pitman, New Jersey on February 24th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
NJ Diet's results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, and no shots. NJDiet.com, NJDiet.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
Hello, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning.
Yes, our HVAC system is not heating our home, and our energy bills are sky high. It's time to replace it.
Okay, the good news is CNC is your local Lennox dealer, and our trained technicians will get you running again.
Tell me, is CNC currently running any specials?
Yes, as a thank you, CNC is offering our biggest savings in value this winter. And for a limited time, you can earn up to $2,200 in rebates on a brand new Lennox system.
To take advantage of these savings, go to cc-hvac.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Another diamond ring, and all those late night promises, I guess they don't mean a thing.
7:36, Kayal and Company, as we roll on this frigid, cold Wednesday morning. What's on the cut sheet coming up in just about 8 minutes? Tony Bruno at 8:30. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. Two stories to hit on before we get to the cut sheet coming up here at 7:45. And it's two things that nobody wants to hear about, but you know what? I tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. Michelle Obama and a new strain of the coronavirus. Let me start with Michelle Obama. I thought this was very interesting. Again, I continue to think that there is a minuscule percentage chance that we could see a big old switcheroo this summer where Joe Biden gets benched and in comes somebody. That could be Kamala Harris. Probably not. That could be Gavin Newsom. Probably not. That could be Michelle Obama. Probably not. All of these are probably not, but it's still a possibility. And the betting market And I will throw out the same disclaimer I do for polls. Take them with a grain of salt. They are what they are. It's nothing more than narrative shaping conversations that get created or talk show fodder. Sometimes they're accurate. Sometimes they're completely off. But somebody knows something, because Michelle Obama has surpassed Nikki Haley in the presidential betting market odds to become the next president of the United States, which is wild to think about. Let me just give you the current betting market odds. Donald Trump is the favorite to be president of the United States at plus 130, which means you bet $100. If Trump wins, you get 130. They call that plus money. Joe Biden is in second place in the betting market at plus 210, means you bet 100, Joe wins, you win 210. Michelle Obama has better odds than Nikki Haley. Now, how in the world can that be possible for somebody that's not even running, somebody that has said they have no interest in running, yet there's always that little granule out there, that little speck, that little crumb of speculation that it could be a possibility. She is a long shot, but she is in third place right now at 17-1. Nikki Haley is 17.5-1. Gavin Newsom is 28-1. And RFK Jr. is 37-1. So if you've been tracking not only the polls, but the betting market, Trump and Biden have ranked first and second, although in different orders, for the entirety of the past 18 months. And we can best describe the third place position as a revolving door. Since June, Nikki Haley's been in third. Ron DeSantis was third. At one time, RFK Jr. was third. Gavin Newsom, even Vivek Ramaswamy have held the position at separate times. Now, all of a sudden, here comes Michelle Obama at 17-1. I have said many times that she is one of the biggest, worst nightmares and biggest fears for the GOP, because I do believe if she ever does decide to run and is serious and wants to, I think she will win, and I think she will win going away. Not because I think she has anything to offer, but I believe there are so many people on the left that would just fall over themselves and trip on the way to the ballots in a hurry to rush to vote for her in this identity politics world we live in. And whether you like it or not, the Obamas carry a lot of weight. They are popular on that side of the aisle politically. And I saw this come out yesterday from Outkick, and I was like, wait a minute. Nikki Haley's now behind somebody that's not even running? So I just figured we would share that. Again, I mean, it's probably the chances of Michelle Obama actually ever running for president are the equivalent probably of, I don't know, winning Powerball. But
by the way, her...
Go ahead.
Her, today, happy birthday, former First Lady Michelle Obama. She just turned 60 today.
Oh, okay.
There's zero chance she's running.
Okay, you can keep saying that.
This is why I hate the internet. This is why I hate social media, because much like Disease X, this is just something that lives online that people who just sit there and scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll, they see and they're like, well, it's a possibility. It's not a possibility. She's not going to run for president.
Why is she on the board?
I'm telling you right now, because whoever put her up there probably lives online, like the people who believe that Michelle Obama is going to run for president.
No, you can actually wager on Michelle Obama. I mean, you're wasting your money. You're better off just going like to King of Prussia and throwing some change in the wishing well. I don't know. Do we still have wishing wells at malls, or is that like a 90s reference I just made?
There's no malls, Nick.
That's true. That's right. Those are dead too.
Wishing wells at malls?
Yeah.
There are no malls.
Yeah. Remember they had
Again,
one of the
he's
Palmer
the
malls?
oldest soul.
I know.
The youngest, oldest soul.
I'm 40 going on 70. Okay, so from one disease to another, and I just said Michelle Obama is a disease, I guess, or however you said it, you framed it as a disease on social media. Let's get to what they are messing around with in China, and this should honestly infuriate a lot, and this is actually infuriating other scientists out there. I saw this on the Daily Mail. Chinese scientists are creating a mutant coronavirus strain that attacks the brain and has a 100% kill rate in mice, as they admit there is a risk of spillover to humans. So here are some of the details of this absurd, unbelievably dangerous gain-of-function research that guys like Rand Paul are railing against and blaming Fauci for being on board with and saying it was necessary when a lot of people in the medical community disagree and think it's not. 8 rodents were infected with the pathogen, and surprisingly, all 8 of them died within 8 days. Critics of the study are saying that this madness must be stopped before it's too late. So here's some other details. Chinese scientists have been experimenting with a mutant coronavirus strain that is 100% lethal in mice, despite concerns that such research could spark another pandemic. Scientists in Beijing, who are linked to the Chinese military, boy, that's reassuring and warming, isn't it? Cloned a COVID-like virus found in pangolins known as GXP2V.
Pangolins?
Yeah, pangolins. And used it to infect mice. The mice had been humanized, meaning they were engineered to express a protein found in people, with the goal being to assess how the virus might react in humans. Every rodent that was infected with the pathogen died within 8 days. The team was also surprised to find high levels of viral load in the mice's brains and eyes, suggesting that the virus, despite being related to COVID, multiplies and spreads through the body in a unique way. Writing in a scientific paper that is yet to be published, they warned that the finding underscores a spillover risk into humans. A few professors are legitimately angry about this. They say the virus was discovered in Malaysia with these pangolins, these scaly mammals that are known harborers of coronaviruses. And Professor Francois Ballot, an infectious disease expert based at University College of London, wrote on Twitter, "This is a terrible study, scientifically totally pointless. I can see nothing of vague interest that could be learned from force infecting a weird breed of humanized mice with a random virus. Conversely, I could see how such stuff might go wrong." And then a professor not too far away at Rutgers University in New Brunswick, New Jersey, Professor Richard Ebright, told the Daily Mail he wholeheartedly agreed with this professor's assessment, adding that the preprint does not specify the biosafety level and the precautions used for this research. So we have these maniacs that are linked to the Chinese military experimenting with deadly strains of COVID that provide a 100% kill rate in humanized mice. This on top of what Dawn just said in the news this morning about measles. This on top of it being the year 2024. Why do I get the sense that it's very, very reasonable for human beings to be saying, you know what? You keep playing with fire, you're going to get burned.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And we've got this going on. Unbelievable.
Well, okay, first of all, I can't believe the word the fact that the word pangolin, because remember, this word came up way back.
Wet market,
when
right?
we were talking about wet market. Remember this? And we were making fun of pangolins, and here we are again. And what's notable here is that we're talking about China and pangolins again, which leads me to say, Rutrow, this is all swirling so that Biden doesn't have to debate Trump. That's where I'm going.
Stay inside.
Yep.
Don't come out.
Oh,
you might
be
get
afraid.
You might get the latest version of COVID, or you might get the measles, and you might die. So there you go. If you want to read that story, it's on thedailymail.com. I think we stop messing around with these Chinese scientists, and I think we also wipe out all the pangolins, and we just get rid of everybody.
Not the pangolins.
That way we don't have to worry about this nonsense.
They're the most illegally trafficked animal. They look like a little scaly anteater.
Oh,
but the Chinese pangolins
are they cute and fuzzy?
No.
Oh, okay.
Why do people want them?
Wasn't there something where people think that if you there's a lot of if you eat it, it somehow, I don't know.
Oh, there's some sort of benefit of eating.
Well,
pangolin?
it sometimes helps your mojo or something.
Oh,
there's
more
a lot
voodoo.
Yeah.
That's why they created the little blue pill.
Oh.
No pangolin. All right, 7:46. Let's get to an absolutely entertaining edition. I can already tell this is going to be a good one. Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the Cushion on Wednesdays, brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can get a sensational 2023 S60 courtesy of Volvo for less than $29,000. These beautiful Volvos have less than 5,000 miles. Hurry to Cherry Hill Volvo today to get yours. Cherry Hill Volvo, check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I'm going to piggyback off of what you were just talking about, because that's what we do here. We throw curveballs and we react to it.
That's right.
It's a live radio show. There's very few of them around these days.
That is correct.
This is radio, people. Thank you very much. The WEF is going on. The World Economic Forum.
Yeah.
In Davos.
There's a lot of interesting things being said out there, and a lot of scary things, actually. This is the Director General of the WHO, the WHO. And they were talking about the disease X, which is what, we've been discussing, and, piggybacks off of what you were saying. And he says, COVID was the first disease X. So everybody should feel comfortable, confident, because it was the first disease X. So nothing to worry about here, folks.
Okay.
This is what this gentleman said. This is cut 20, Phil. Go.
Disease X, it's attracting a lot of attention. And I hope you have seen in the social media. But it's not a new idea. The first time we used the terminology was in 2018. The discussions were in 2017. I was just new Director General. As you know, we annually list the emerging diseases. And MERS could be one, Zika, Ebola, those we know.
Fun.
But then we said there are things that are unknown that may happen. And anything happening is a matter of when, not if. So we need to have a placeholder for that, for the disease we don't know that may come.
That's called disease X.
And that was when we gave the name Disease X. So Disease X is a placeholder for unknown
the next thing we create.
Disease. I just wanted to start by clarifying that because there is already a lot of attention. If I may, although COVID came immediately, we were preparing for COVID-like disease. You may even call COVID as the first disease X. And
there you go.
Okay, so I don't trust the leader of the WHO as far as I can throw the guy. But secondly, disease X. I mean, I thought that was we call that Twitter. Did they file for the copyright? Because I think Elon was already branded it that way. Here's the thing that bothers me about all of this is it's almost as if, and you heard him say it right there. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. They're basically saying that these types of things that we experienced 3.5 years ago are going to become frequent occurrences. Now, I don't know what frequent means. Twice a lifetime, once every 10 years. Who knows? Maybe something breaks out again this year. But there are so many people, I think, now here, maybe even that weren't skeptical, but are arriving at the skeptical conclusion here on January 17th of 2024, that a lot of this stuff just smells. And when I hear WEF, when I hear WEF, my BS detector goes way up.
Yeah, they're already talking about implementing the UN agenda by 2030 if they want the world to stand a chance, is basically what they're saying. I could have pulled it, but it's the Prime Minister of China saying it, so it was done through an interpreter, so it's painful to listen to. But yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of, all of the world decisions are being implemented right now in Davos, Switzerland.
Yeah, by these lunatics. Yeah. Yeah, you won't eat meat, you won't drive a gas-powered car, you won't own property. Yep.
And by the way, going back to that disease X thing, I mean, he basically says, well, we were preparing for this. Like, why, though? You know what I mean?
A lot of money in pharmaceuticals.
Well, here's the thing, is that do you prepare for something that you know is going to happen? You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, if the lab leak theory is true,
know.
which I believe it is,
Yeah.
you have a man-made virus that gets loose. You start formulating vaccines. You start making billions upon billions of dollars with big pharma. It's all cyclical, right?
Yep.
Just like the same thing with our food. All these bad foods that create disease, and then you get put on medicine. And Stucker, you talk about it all the time with the self-medicating industry, with from a mental issue standpoint. But I think it's all cyclical.
Tom Walsh on the YouTube chat says WEF and WHO are disease X. That's true.
Yeah.
The interesting, so I always thought the 2030 agenda, they used to talk, or during the pandemic, they talked about world hunger.
Yep.
That was created ultimately by the pandemic. But I thought that the ultimate goal that we've talked about with regard to the environment was 2050. Which nobody really says. That even some of these environmental groups worldwide had agreed that, okay, we can reduce pollution worldwide, but it was 2050. That was a long-term goal, which is not a bad thing to say, hey, let's reduce pollution. So I'll just remind you, just because of the Paris Accord and everybody rips Trump about that, the only problem Trump ever had with the Paris Accord or any of this was that we as Americans, we paid for it, we agreed to all the restrictions, and ultimately the biggest polluters, China, didn't have to pay as much and did not agree to and are not agreeing to polluting less than the biggest polluters.
Right, and also,
so it's just stupid.
Yeah, and you talk about pollution and climate and things like that in the environment. It's really hard to take some of those people seriously when you have the John Kerrys of the world flying around on their charter jets, the Taylor Swifts of the world, all the carbon emissions that these buffoons are putting out as they tell you you're the problem. Is such a hypocrisy that I think people just look at it and like, you know what? They flip them off. They give them the proverbial bird.
Yeah, because why can't they Zoom? Why does John Kerry have to be there?
I know.
That's a good point.
It's a great point.
Zoom.
I know. It's
save the Earth. I mean,
Yep.
seriously, Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Why do they have to jet set? And remember Governor Phil Murphy. Remember that? He was on a jet and he was like in Italy. And then he had to come back here, and then he went back to his vacation. It was ridiculous. So they think nothing of it, and it's the old...
You threw out some of the dates, 2030, 2050. I think it was what the Biden administration, was it 2034, that the production will stop for all gas-powered vehicles or something to that effect. I just saw a headline that popped up on the TV in here in the studio on Fox News about the Teslas. Yeah, the Teslas aren't starting and aren't working and are breaking down or not even getting going because of the cold weather.
This is another WEF spokesperson. This is Jojo Mehta. She's the founder of Stop Ecocide Now. She claims that farming and fishing is ecocide and it should be recognized as a serious crime.
Ecocide, as in like genocide of the ecological... Okay.
This is cut 21. Phil, please go.
I mean, ecocide as a word is becoming better known around the world, and the concept is generally mass damage and destruction of nature. But legally speaking, what our organisation and other collaborators aim to do is to have this recognised legally as a serious crime. Because one of the issues that sort of pervades all of this discussion is that we have a kind of cultural, very ingrained habit of not taking damage to nature as seriously as we take damage to people and property. And that, I mean, if you're campaigning for human rights, at least you know mass murder, torture, all of these things are serious crimes. But there's no equivalent in the environmental space. Unlike an international crime like genocide that involves a specific intent, with ecocide, what we see is actually what people are trying to do, what businesses are trying to do, is make money, is farm, is fish, is do all of these things that are producing energy and so on as well. But what's missing is the awareness and the conscience around the side effects, around the collateral damage that happens with that.
Oh, I so want to curse so bad.
$10 says she's more concerned about ecocide than the genocide of the Jews. I bet at least $10 on that one.
Listening to that accent, absolutely.
There's no doubt she's all about free Palestine. So I guess fishing season is canceled this year? All my fellow fishermen that are ready for trout season in a couple of weeks, it's over?
So what? We need less farming and fishing and more what? processed food that's making us all fat as a house and killing us all.
Should we go out and just hunt bugs? Eat bugs?
What a silly.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, there's something weird going on with. I don't know what the heck. I'm not a conspiracy theory.
Yeah,
person,
you kind of are, but it's.
But
fine.
I'm now. You're making me one.
The success rate of conspiracies are hitting at an alarming rate these days.
But there's something going on with even chicken farms and farmers, and why is this? Because they want to control us. If we don't control our grid, if we don't control our food sources, think about it. They don't want us to have milk. In New Jersey, you can't buy milk like we can in Pennsylvania with the Amish.
Yep.
Yeah.
That unless it's a certain process, homogenized and so on. Why is that?
Well, you heard Larry Fink from BlackRock in that famous soundbite. We are going to force changed behavior. They said it. We've played that clip on the cut sheet in the past. I don't know if that was at the WEF or where that was, but the WEF. It sounds like a fancy hotel.
It does.
Did you stay at the WEF last night? Yes, I did. It was $783.
And so it's ultimately shutting us down. And then think about what Greg just said.
Yep.
So they want to control the food sources. They don't want us to be able to hunt or fish or farm or have, I guess, the gardens. They want to control the seeds. That's why seeds are becoming this huge issue. Look it up.
Mm-hmm.
And so then what? They provide this highly processed food.
Mm-hmm.
Then we all get fat because it's processed. Our body doesn't know what to do with it. And then what do we need? Ozempic or all these different medications, big pharma. And then once you're on that, you're on it forever. So now they're controlling your body.
You know what I would love to say to JoJo Meta? JoJo, have you ever had a New Jersey tomato? Have you ever had some good Jersey corn?
Oh, Jersey blueberries.
Tell me not to farm? Mm-mm.
But that's ultimately what it feels like.
Yeah, it's yes, and they want us. They all want us to eat less meat. They all want us to eat. It's scary. What is happening over there in Davos is really important because it's going to affect what happens in the future.
Yeah,
they are. It's all the cultural elites over there in Davos, Switzerland.
We need that guy from Rebel News again to bust in on that scene like he did with John Kerry yesterday and start asking the tough questions.
And have you ever noticed that at these forums, because we're all against pollution, we all want clean air, we all want clean water. Have you ever noticed at these forums, why don't they just say to the average person, here are the 5 things, we have here at Odyssey, the one thing you can do. What's your one thing? Why not just say every day, here's your one thing that you could do, that you could teach your kids that lessen pollution or save water.
Yeah.
It's like my dad could tell you all of that. When you shower, turn on the water, get wet, turn it off.
Yeah.
Soap up, and then turn it back on, rinse off. You save on your bill, you're saving water, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. But they never say that stuff. They have to have these big ambiguous things.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the boogeyman. Do what we say.
Yep.
Guys, I know the borders opened and people are flooding in from Texas and whatnot, but we should actually be excited that it's cold out and it's winter because they're complaining that American winters are too cold.
I agree. I might go back with some of these people.
This is the richest thing I've ever heard. This was a news report. I don't know where it was from, but this is a news report talking to somebody who is here. I think illegally, saying that it's a great place, but it's too cold for my taste. Cut 1, Phil, go.
The cold is too much, says Gabriel Diaz, the 38-year-old new arrival from Venezuela, and dozens of others temporarily moved to the lower level of the Harold Washington Library. Because the city's windswept landing strip at Polk and Des Plaines presenting a dangerous environment for asylum seekers, temporarily forcing the suspension of the combination city and state intake center. Venezuelan asylum seeker Andres Contreras, a block down from the library, stunned to experience the bitter cold.
Pues la verdad no estoy acostumbrado a este frío, pues.
The truth is that I'm not accustomed to this cold, Contreras says. I've never seen the snow before. It's beautiful, but it's too excessive, the cold you have here.
So just we want to stop the flow of illegal immigrants coming here?
Yeah.
Just the winter months will
send
stop
them, send them to a Bills playoff game in January with 3 feet of snow. They'll go right back. And I'll go with them, to be honest, because I'm disgusted by this weather. I just want to sit inside and crawl up in the fetal position and die. I hate the cold. God.
Apparently everybody else does as well.
I'm telling you, I have friends that I love winter time. Like, what do you love about it? What?
So weird.
Shoveling snow, defrosting your car, wearing 14 layers of clothing, having to heat your home with ridiculous energy costs. There's nothing appealing about the winter.
I'll be honest.
Oh, here we go. No.
I like the seasons. And the
truth, turn.
The truth is, I know that we're all whining because we have 1 week of real January winter weather. But the truth is, here in Philadelphia and our region, these winters are pretty mild.
Yeah, for the most part.
Compared to what the Midwest is dealing with right now.
And you've lived it, right? You lived in Minnesota, correct?
Yeah, that's where I went to journalism school, University of Minnesota, Minneapolis. You don't know cold.
Until you get to Minnesota.
And it'd be like, with the wind chills, it's 55 degrees below zero. There were literally those winters, and they would not cancel classes.
Wow.
They just would say, make sure you don't have any exposed skin when you walk to class, don't you know?
Greg, by the way, what are your thoughts of me doing the show remotely from Venezuela until March? I'm going to go back with the migrants. I'm going to stop by and have a cup of tea with Greg Abbott, and then I'll do the show remotely from Buenos Aires or something.
And part of it is that the reason during times when we have peace and prosperity, not just here in the country and in America, but in the world, is that people in these beautiful parts of the world, they love home. They love their home countries. These are beautiful. We're watching Narcos right now. It's like, oh my goodness, these places in South America are gorgeous.
Yep.
Let's move on to the Vice President of the United States, shall we?
Yes.
She was all over. These clips are a few days old, but better late than never. She was all over the place for MLK Day on Monday. She gave a shout out to Gen Z at a stop that she had over the weekend, and this is what she said. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
I see our college students up there. And let me just tell you, I love Gen Z. I don't know if something, I love Gen Z. So, okay, for the older adults, this is going to be a humbling thing I'm about to share with you. If someone is 18 years old today, they were born in 2005.
No!
Oh, yeah, check that out. Think about that for a minute.
Yeah, I am.
Oh my God, I'm dumb.
Guys,
I am dumber.
That's Harris math.
I kind of whatever she's. I want what she's. She's so happy.
So 2023 minus 2005 is 18. For those of you that don't have a calculator handy, we got this book in studio that got dropped off. It's called. I'm gonna show it up on the YouTube chat here. It's called Amateur Hour. It's a book written about Kamala Harris in the White House, written by Charlie Spiring. And I just want to read 2 of the reviews on the back because I've been I might just, if I could take this home and read this, this is great. Tucker Carlson. Quote, in a functioning meritocracy, Kamala Harris would be a C-list massage therapist working out of a strip mall, yet somehow she became our vice president. How'd that happen? And then he gives the endorsement for the book. And then Charles Hurt, who you see from time to time on Fox News from the Washington Times, he says, with skillful storytelling, Charlie Spiring shows us how a San Francisco gadfly cackled all the way to the White House.
Wow.
Cackled all the way to the White House.
That's an amazing description of our vice president.
So she loves Gen Z.
Yep.
But by the way, I got to spoil this for Kamala. Technically, if you were born in 2005, there are some of you out there that are now 19. So that was, very time sensitive by Kamala's comments.
She also said at a rally stop, she compared the Ferguson riots and the disruptions by a few far left Tennessee state reps. We remember that a couple months ago.
Yep.
They were just like what happened on the fields of Gettysburg and in the schools of Little Rock.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah. January 6th was also the equivalent of 9/11. So
cut 6, Phil, go.
Generation after generation, on the fields of Gettysburg, in the schools of Little Rock, on the grounds of this State House,
She so badly wants to be MLK.
on the streets of Ferguson, and on the floor of the Tennessee House of Representatives, we the people have always fought to make the promise of freedom real.
There you go.
Yeah, she so badly wants to be MLK Jr., yet MLK Jr. stood for one thing. And in San Francisco, Kamala Harris locked up a lot of black people and put them away for a long, long time.
She celebrated the legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King by saying what she said a bajillion times since she's taken office. This is cut 5. Phil, go.
Today, we celebrate the legacy of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a visionary who saw what could be unburdened by what had been.
There we go.
Unbelievable.
Wait, this was a new speech?
This was Monday.
It's
Okay, so it's
the
her
same.
same-
Yeah, it's the same verbiage, just on top of a subject being Martin Luther King Jr.
Yep.
I mean, it'd be like me taking an old big take and just recopying, pasting 98% of it, and just slightly altering the subject matter that we're discussing.
What's interesting to me is that she loves to quote Dr. Martin Luther King, and I want to play for you a clip from The Tonight Show in 2020. This was during COVID, so it's when everybody was doing their shows remotely. Jimmy Fallon was interviewing Kamala Harris. This is how much she loves Dr. Martin Luther King, so much so that she might have plagiarized some of his work and credited it as her own. I'm sure we played this at the time. But just to refresh people, since we just celebrated MLK Day on Monday, this is how much she admires Martin Luther King. This is cut to Phil, go.
There are a lot of good stories.
Did you get that energy from your parents, or the thought of, hey, I have to fight for what's right, and I got to get out there? And I mean, when were you out there protesting?
Well, I was in a stroller. And so I was out there, and in fact, my mother used to have a very funny story about I was fussing, and she said, Kamala, what do you want? And I said, and this is how she would say it, and she said, Kamala, what do you want? And I said, freedom.
No. Oh, come on. Freedom.
It was a much cuter story when she would tell it, but that's the story.
Oh, very adorable story, right?
Yeah,
very adorable
very
story.
hysterical, too.
Phil, if you can do me a favor, can you put up that article by Martin Luther King when he was interviewed in 1965? If you're watching right now on YouTube, you can see the text that says, I will never forget a moment in Birmingham when a white policeman accosted a little girl, 7 or 8 years old, who was walking in a demonstration with her mother. What do you want? The policeman asked her gruffly, and the little girl looked him straight in the eye and answered, freedom.
Yep. No R. Freedom. F-E-E.
She couldn't even pronounce it, but she knew it. It was beautiful. Many times when I have been in a sorely trying situation, the memory of that little one has come into my mind and has buoyed me.
Okay, so future Harvard University professor Kamala Harris. She fits the bill, right? She's a plagiarist.
That's from an MLK article in 1965.
Right, but
She plagiarized it.
Little Kamala in the stroller was already stealing other people's work.
I'm sure they're coming after her now.
Yes.
Or her mother plagiarized it.
Or her mother did.
Oh.
They're a serial family of plagiarizers. Very interesting. Smells like Ivy League to me.
So our buddy Harry Mays sent us this yesterday, and I always like to give hat tips to people who help me with the cut sheet because, it's always appreciated. And Harry Mays is working hard behind the scenes as a producer for Kayal and Company. We love Harry.
Well, he figured since the Eagles keep losing and he's responsible, he has to do something to help.
So this is a Kamala Harris impersonator. Go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see the visual of it. youtube.com/@1210WPHT. By the way, if you're watching right now, please hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. Please do that. youtube.com/@1210WPHT. This is a Kamala Harris impersonator. So it starts off with a news clip of her being interviewed, Kamala, that is, about their chances, her and Biden's chances in 2024. Right. And then this Kamala Harris impersonator answers the question for her. It's very funny. Cut 3, Phil, go.
It's the same no matter who the Republican candidate is, the Republican nominee.
Well, let me just tell you this. No matter who the Republican nominee is, we're winning. We're winning.
You've seen the numbers, a lot. Do you think Donald Trump at this point is a foregone conclusion?
Well, I'm really confident we're going to win because we're going to cheat. Okay? We're going to cheat. And we have so many different ways how we're going to accomplish that.
She looks just like her.
First of all, we're flooding the country with new voters. I was in charge of ignoring the border in order to make that happen. We're going to release a deadly disease called X. Elon Musk can't have all the fun. Once we fearmonger the out of everyone, okay, we're going to go ahead and instill mail-in voting. That's how we won last time. Ooh, we've weaponized our entire Department of Justice to go after our opponent, right? And, if all else fails, we'll release the holograms of the aliens and burn the fucking country down. Whatever it takes. Go America.
Dude, that is so good.
She's amazing.
We have to get the gatekeeper and the keymaster together, and by that I mean I need her live on the air with Sean, and doing a Trump Kamala spoof. We will break the internet if we can arrange that. Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist, if you do anything for the rest of the history of this program, track her down and get her on the show.
Yes.
That's your only mission for the rest of 2024. I don't care if you never print another story for me again for the rest of my life. Get me here. Bring her to me.
I got to play this because for the people who've been listening, watching, whatever, fans of 1210 WPHT for a long time, there used to be an afternoon show host here by the name of Dick Morris. Dick Morris was brought in by a former program director here who was, in his words, it was going to be a rocky ride and he was going to get a 25 share and it was going to be the best thing to save 1210 WPHT.
25 share, huh?
He lasted 18 months. He was doing a hit on Newsmax yesterday. No, this was right after the Iowa caucus. So he's in what appears to be an apartment. If you're watching right now on YouTube, and there's a ton of people that came over to YouTube just to see the Kamala thing, so I'm going to keep this going. He's talking about the Iowa caucus, and a man in his underwear walks through the scene, and it's the creepiest thing you will ever see. And I have no idea nobody addressed it. Like, this is where the host at Newsmax should have been like, Dick, what's happening back there, dude?
Danger of a live broadcast, right?
The puppet heads just pretend like it doesn't happen. But you can see it. They kind of did a still shot of it. This is cut. Where are we here, Phil? This is cut 18. Go.
Basically supporting Ron. They're basically supporting Nikki Haley. So they're going to downplay it, and they're going to try to say, "Oh, he didn't get a majority, or he got."
This guy and a wife.
Go back and play that. Yeah. I don't even care what he has to say. We don't even, to be honest, I don't even know we need the audio. I just want to see him keep coming in and out of the door.
So he's going to look.
Basically supporting.
It's an old.
Ron. They're basically supporting.
It's an old gentleman in a wife beater.
Yep.
And
boxers.
And boxers.
He's got boxer shorts on and a tank top.
What is happening? What is happening over there?
He's got man boobs, too. Was that Paul Pelosi?
Stop.
Creepy Dick Morris with his...
Wow.
Look at this. One more time, guys, if you want to see it.
Basically supporting Ron.
Oh!
Supporting
it's like that scene in The Shining with the dog face.
Wait, where is Dick Morris?
I don't know. It's maybe his home. I'm not sure. There's a weird painting in the background.
Yeah.
Lindsey Graham, you can, and then do like a dry rub.
He's maybe his buddy was going for a dry rub in the kitchen. I don't know. So let me get this straight. This guy right here that we're talking about, playing you this clip. This guy did afternoons on 1210 WPHT.
He did.
This is the Dick Morris that I've heard at. We've gone to some dinner gatherings and some functions. I've heard Dick Morris.
Yeah. This guy. Oh man.
Well, sometimes you swing and a miss on talent.
Who once was a top advisor to Clinton.
Yeah. And they got every prediction since wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's bring him on as the afternoon show host. That's
a top advisor to Bill Clinton was deemed to be a good fit in PM Drive on 1210. All right.
At the time.
Okay. I've had some ideas that didn't work
look,
out.
Look,
what are you gonna do?
Look, I had to clean up this radio station. I mean, let's face it. Let's face it. There are some bad mistakes, bad moves by former PDs.
Greg walked in and he said this.
Stop it.
But I mean, that's why it made sense. They were asking him about New Hampshire, and because he's been there, and top advisor, author, commentator. But
guy's an
I just want to know, like, is he home? Is he? Where is he?
Who is that
who
person?
Is that guy?
And did they not know that Dick was on Zoom?
Right. Doing a live TV hit.
And shouldn't Dick have said, excuse me, that was somebody who just walked through?
There's been times where I've done radio hits on a phone, and I've told my wife and girls, hey, I'm going down to the basement. I got to do a radio hit for 12 minutes. Please keep it down. Don't come downstairs. This guy just comes out in his underwear. Hey, Dick, we're out of soap.
And nobody addressed it.
Where do you keep the towels, Richard?
Maybe his house guests. I don't know. I don't know where I don't know where he was.
Yeah.
Dark times. By the way,
I know.
Who replaced Dick Morris in Afternoon Drive?
Zeoli?
That would be Rich Zeoli, Don Stentlin, and myself.
I would say that worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
All right, 1 for 2.
We had to clean up that time slot as well.
Oh boy.
Last night, Ron DeSantis had a town hall in New Hampshire.
Mustard. Sorry. I squeezed that in there perfectly.
He's gonna keep doing these town halls and these debates, no matter if people are watching it or people debating him. He doesn't care, right? A person in the crowd. I'm going to cut 15 here, Phil. A voter asked DeSantis if sending migrants to Martha's Vineyard is a cheap political stunt. Okay. This is cut 15. Phil, go.
Nikki Haley, Jeff, go ahead. Hi. The nation has serious long-term issues to address that will require bipartisan cooperation. How do tactics such as rounding up illegal immigrants and shipping them to Martha's Vineyard bring the nation together to discuss comprehensive immigration reform? Wasn't that little more than a cheap political stunt pandering to one side?
Well, thanks for that, Jeff. Actually, if you think about it, you go back to September of 2022, how was the border being treated? It was not a front burner issue. The problems were real, but it wasn't getting the type of scrutiny that it needed. Doing the Martha's Vineyard, and by the way, they said they were a sanctuary jurisdiction. They said all people are welcome, whether they're legal or not. These border towns in Texas are getting thousands and thousands. Martha's Vineyard couldn't even handle 50. And so I think that was an example of them wanting to impose a certain worldview of open borders on the rest of the country, but not willing to be able to do it. But this was something that the media really globbed onto. So it ended up raising the temperature on this, and now you have this being discussed everywhere. So I don't think it was cheap at all. I think it was designed by, partially, I just believe that if you're a sanctuary jurisdiction, you should be the ones to have to shoulder the burden. We're not a sanctuary state in Florida. We ban sanctuary cities in Florida. I think that's what we, as president, I'm not going to allow sanctuary states or sanctuary cities in this country. They're violating the law. In fact, we had, I did a debate against the governor of California, so I researched some of the stuff that goes on. You will have criminal aliens in custody in places like Los Angeles. ICE will have a detainer to say, turn them over, don't release. They will not cooperate with federal immigration authorities. So there was one fellow, multiple deportee, multiple times, big criminal record. They released him, and he murdered the mother of a 3-year-old. All they had to do was give him to immigration authorities, and he would have been deported. So we can't have sanctuary jurisdictions. I think this issue is now a front burner issue, and I think what we did there was part of it. I think what Texas has done with the Manhattan as well. But we've got to solve this, and I'm willing to work with anyone who's willing to solve the problem.
Governor.
Policy champion, Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, he's very good at answering
well
these
said.
people, yes.
Absolutely hits it out of the park. Nothing I disagree with. Bottom line is Florida, Texas, these other states, they are not sanctuary states or cities. And if you are in the Northeast, you're in Chicago, New York, Philly, Martha's Vineyard, wherever, and you say, oh, yeah, we're open for business. Okay, well, we're not. You are. Have at it. And what it did really was show that this was not rhetoric. We just saw in New Hampshire, the number one issue is not the economy anymore. 41% say it's immigration. It took all of this for the mainstream media to finally say, wow, this is a crisis.
You hit the nail on the head right there. This put the immigration crisis on the front doorstep of people that would turn a blind eye to it. It was a genius move. It was a genius move.
And they were going to keep it like third or fourth on the back burner.
Absolutely.
And sometimes you keep trying to get people's attention and they don't respond. Well, sometimes you got to punch them right in the nose. And Republican governors punched them right in the nose and said, this is what we're dealing with.
One more from the DeSantis town hall last night with Wolf Blitzer. He's making a point that I've heard a lot of people make over the last day or so, that yes, Trump got 51% of the vote in Iowa, but that also means that half didn't vote for him. And DeSantis made that point, that roughly half of the Iowa caucus goers made another choice other than Trump. And I want to get both of your reaction to this. This is cut 16. Phil, go.
I want to ask a couple of questions about the results in Iowa last night. As I mentioned, you were the second place finisher in the Iowa caucuses last night, but Donald Trump cruised to a historic victory. What can you do to stop him from scoring another big win here in New Hampshire next week?
Well, look, I think that he was the former president of the United States. He's one of the most famous people that's ever been involved in American politics. And there's obviously a lot of Republicans that appreciated his policies, but you still had roughly half of the Iowa caucus goers that made another choice. And so that tells me that there is an appetite for a different leader. And I think what I represent is somebody that has delivered on those key conservative policies that we've all been wanting to see in Washington, D.C. In Florida, think about what we've done with our taxes and budget. Massive tax cuts. Every year I've been governor, but budget surpluses, and we've paid down 25% of our state's total debt. That's all the debt we've had since statehood. I've knocked out 25% of it. Florida state government, lowest number of state employees per capita in the country. Our budget, even though we have millions of more people than New York, our budget is half the size of New York State's budget. So I represent the fulfillment of a lot of what we want to do. Honestly, a lot of what Donald Trump promised to do, but didn't deliver, whether that's the border wall, whether that's reducing debt, whether that's draining the swamp. So I think as the field is narrowed, we're now in a position where people are going to be able to make even better choices. But I'll tell you, I've had almost $50 million spent against me so far in this presidential election campaign. That's more than has been spent against Donald Trump and Joe Biden combined. And one's the current president, one's the former president. But I think that should tell you something. They don't do that unless they think you're a threat. And I think they see me rightfully as somebody that's going to go to Washington and not just rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic, not just be a potted plant, but be a change agent. Because we all know Washington's not working for the American people, and we need to change that.
So I looked at it from the standpoint of it was a historic victory for Trump. He defeated the other three combined. I mean, Trump had 51%. You take Vivek, Nikki, and Ron, they combined still couldn't come within, 3 or 4 points of Donald Trump. And by the way, speaking of mainstream media spin, actually, Trump did not win 99 out of 99 counties in Iowa. He won 98 of 99, and the one that he didn't win, he lost by 1 vote. The mainstream media wanted to really correct that yesterday because the initial reporting was that he swept 100%. He lost 1 county by 1 vote. They're just grasping.
Yeah, I mean, he's the guy.
It's
He's
his
the guy,
party until further notice.
And at what point do GOP, come on, after New Hampshire, because I think it's by all accounts, Trump, Trump's he's going to be huge in New Hampshire. So, I think ultimately it's done. At what point do they just rally around the candidate?
Yeah. Ron should just be like, it's really cold in New Hampshire. I'm just dropping out, and I'm going suspending my campaign. I'm going back to Tallahassee.
Yeah.
That's what I would do, because it's warm there. All right, that'll do it for round 1 of the Cut Sheet. Coming up next, the great Tony Bruno. Bruno joined us last Friday because he was sick last Wednesday. He co-hosted on Monday. He's back again.
He's back.
back.
1210's now the Tony Bruno Sports Network. Woo! We'll talk to Bruno coming up next. Stay right there.
After the incredible NFL Super Wild Card Weekend, we're on to the divisional round. For these teams, it's win or go home. But you always have a spot in the playoffs with FanDuel. In partnership with Valley Forge Casino, it's America's #1 sportsbook. This is the best time to bet. Let me just say that. That's the best time to place a little money on these games because, let's face it, you don't care. The Eagles are out of it. Let's make the playoffs even that more fun by placing a little wager. $5, you can win $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, your Live Nation lineup.
Don't miss these upcoming shows.
See Foreigner and Styx, July 28th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Check out Chicago and Earth, Wind & Fire, July 31st at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. And see Sebastian Maniscalco, September 27th at Wells Fargo Center. More at LiveNation.com, but don't forget Foreigner and Styx, Chicago and Earth, Wind & Fire, and Sebastian Maniscalco. For tickets and info, go to LiveNation.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important to-do. Your old videotapes and photos are fading as each year passes. VCRs are becoming extinct, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most cherished memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your captured moments by converting all your videotapes, photos, and even film reels into perfectly preserved digital files.
Legacy Box is the easiest resolution to do and can be done in minutes. Just fill your Legacy Box, send it in, and we'll send it back with your memories perfectly preserved.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
Let's kick off the new year right by rescuing your memories that haven't been watched or enjoyed in years.
Order your Legacy Box today.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off. legacybox.com/value.
You can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain for 2024. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Don't go another year compromising because of that pain in your knees or maybe your shoulder. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief. Your body has everything it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers have treated tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America. This is not a Band-Aid. This is a revolutionary treatment which gets you moving again and gets your life back. And listen, it's non-surgical. If this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now. Just call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation on the calendar today. Do it. Call 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
With a purposeful, great
Kayal and Company, 8:32 as we continue live on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. He joined us last Friday. He co-hosted on Monday morning, and he's back again in his normal Wednesday 8:30 spot. I think at this point he's got about 40% ownership stake in Kayal and Company because he's always on the program. He's the great Tony Bruno. What up, yo?
Woohoo! Good morning, and thank you for joining me today. By the way, the temperature 69 degrees here in Southwest Florida. I'm not bragging. I'm not trying to bust people's chops. I know it's cold in most of the country. But the interesting thing here, the weather's been terrible. I mean, it's been raining every day, but today it looks like it's going to clear finally. So if you're heading down for spring training, you have a couple of weeks to get down here. The Super Bowl's coming up, the Pro Bowl in Orlando. But I'm ready to go. I'm ready now. I had some fresh pangolin last night. Only the best pangolin. Let me tell you, when I get pangolin down here in Southwest Florida, it's the freshest pangolin you can get anywhere in the world.
How do you cook your pangolin, Tony? Medium rare?
You got to start with a sear. It's like when you get that prime rib for the holidays.
Yeah.
And you go to Acme and ShopRite and you try to find out what the best price is because it's not like $200 for a prime rib for people who are out shopping for prime ribs for New Year's Eve. Because a lot of people do prime rib for New Year's or Christmas. But the pangolin, you got to make sure it's fresh. You got to sear it, and then you got to make some sauces. You got to be really good with the sauces and the spices. If you don't get the right spice, it's just not going to. It's just going to be flat. You got to have, and not too much. Don't put too much cumin in the pangolin.
Well, what about
any of the other, or too much soy sauce? And make sure if you're using soy sauce, make sure you use the lower sodium one.
Yeah, you don't want too much sodium.
Man.
Yeah.
And make sure you use the dark brown sugar dry rub.
Yes,
absolutely. I love the dry rub.
That's a must.
Big fan of it.
You want to pound
I think Dick Morris was looking for a dry rub the other night too, by the way.
I don't know what the hell that was.
That was a drop.
I think Dick Morris had a dry rub the other night when he was on Newsmax.
What was that?
And, that guy walked in. By the way, Miss Robin and I, last night when we saw that, we did this. We went Zapruder film on that Dick Morris video. Now, remember, Dick Morris, as you guys pointed out earlier, was actually part of the Clinton administration.
He was.
And then he had to leave in disgrace because he was involved in some toe-sucking controversy. Remember that story?
Yes, of course.
It's about toe-sucking. Not that there's anything wrong with it if you're consenting adults.
Yeah.
I mean, foot fetishes are big things.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure people ask Dawn and they've asked Robin to show pictures of their feet.
Yes.
There are a lot of people out there.
We do every morning.
Rex Ryan is calling the Eagles to see if they're interested in a foot fetishist to maybe be the new defensive coordinator next year.
He also said, and it, if you believe the Inquirer, the Star, wherever those stories came out in the 90s, that this prostitute or this call girl that he was seeing said that he used to strip down to his underwear and sing Popeye the Sailor Man.
Oh, who hasn't? I mean, come on. But you got a can of spinach in the free, you got a can of spinach, you pop it open. Oh, I prefer fresh spinach. You get the garlic going, you get a nice little garlic sear, and then you put the fresh spinach right in that pan. You can smell it, little salt and pepper. You don't have to overdo it with spinach. Just garlic, salt, pepper to finish it off, and bam!
Can you believe a genius programmer here decided that he would make a good talk show host? Like, what?
Dick Morris. Yeah. But by the way, so Robin and I are watching this. We're bringing the guy walks in. Now you've seen it. Everybody has seen this video.
Yeah.
So the guy who's doing the interview is actually a guy in Florida who lives in Jupiter. Schmidt. What's his name? Somebody Schmidt. And I think he has some Philadelphia ties, like everybody does in the media, it seems. So I think it's Greg Schmidt. And so Dick Morris is sitting there, and it's his apartment. It's not in a condo. It's an apartment. And then the guy comes walking in out of the door. Robin and I slowed it down to 1 frame per second. And it looks like he's coming in from a garage door. Because if you look closely up in the right-hand corner, it's got one of those detectors. If somebody comes into your house through the garage door, not the garage door that opened from the outside, but the one on the inside. You have that little bar.
Yeah.
And if somebody opens it, it'll send a message. So that was a condo. That was an apartment.
Can we get the video back up there, guys?
Yeah, let's go deep film session.
Let's go deep dive. Let's go Paul Zapruder on this thing because Robin nailed it. I'm saying, where's he coming in from? When you see the door open and this guy with the big boobs walks in with a I don't use wife beater is not appropriate.
Yeah, no,
Then
it's
you
not.
Freeze it when the door's open. You'll see that there's a shelf all the way up in the left-hand corner, which is a garage shelf. And then as he's walking in and the door's closing, Robin picked it out. The garage door is closing.
That is...
So he came in from the garage door from the outside, walked into Dick Morris's dining room without even blinking, and then just walks into the live shot with and the guy had a big rack on him.
Oh,
Those had to be double Ds.
Yes.
What would you say?
Yeah, that was
Dawn, I mean, you and Robin, what do you say?
It's a minimum C cup.
C cups?
Yeah, I wouldn't say D, but I would say it's a B plus.
That is a brilliant observation by Robin. Honestly,
That's what we do.
I
That's
can't.
What we do.
He's coming in from the
yeah.
Look at them, and the wife beater. I know that's inappropriate, but it's tucked in. It's tucked into his.
If you go back to toward the beginning, the garage door is going back down. It's in motion.
Yes, that's where Robin point. That's how you have to shut. Everybody just sees him come in and walk in. The door closes. Look inside the room. I'm thinking, is he coming in from a bathroom? Is he coming in from a shower? No, he's coming in from a garage, and the garage door is closing behind him. That's the kind of breakdown you're not getting on any other show.
I'm going to speculate. I think
busy laughing.
Yeah.
Everybody's too busy laughing.
Sorry.
The garage door is closing as he enters and just walks right into the dining room.
I'll be the first to speculate. I think Dick Morris had this guy stuffed in the trunk of his car, and he got out and he was coming in. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
Allegedly.
I mean, that's to me, that's the biggest takeaway from the Iowa caucuses. To me, that's the top story. Forget all the other stuff, and how many votes and how many people were put. And then I love the media handling this. And again, the media to me is the enemy of the people, and they prove it every second of every day. But I got to give listening to that debate and listening to Wolf Blitzer last night. You got to see this is where people all over Ron DeSantis about. Ron DeSantis is really good in front of a crowd, but because of the whole campaign thing, and they were forcing him to do things that made him uncomfortable, people were suggesting that DeSantis is not good around people. He's great around people. As long as he keeps his idiotic handlers away and answers questions, that's why he won here in Florida in a landslide. That's why people love him down here, and that's why people thought he would be the next nominee, but not now. And so the problem with Ron DeSantis, and that's, I think, the biggest problem people here in Florida have, but there's a lot of people who want him because they don't want Trump, but I get that. But DeSantis is good on his feet. And I think the cuts that you played from the cut sheet, the two answers, I mean, he nailed them. He nailed those questions, and they weren't rehearsed, and he wasn't wearing boots, and he wasn't standing on top of a box or any of that stuff. That's Ron DeSantis doing what he does best. So all the people who said he's awkward, he was awkward because the people who fashioned his campaign did an absolutely horrific job. And now, as you see in the setting with Wolf Blitzer in a town hall, he was awesome last night, I think. And based on those cuts he played, what did he say that most people will disagree with, who aren't partisans or aren't people who are just looking for a way to bury the guy?
Yeah.
Listen, Trump's going to be the nominee, but I think Ron DeSantis, he's not done. Well, he may be done in this campaign, depending on what happens in New Hampshire and then South Carolina. But I think he's got a lot of good ideas. I wouldn't be surprised if DeSantis, if he does pull out, that he will join forces with Trump, just like Vivek did, because I think that's the only way to get the best. You got to have a good team behind you.
Right.
And right now, Joe Biden doesn't have a team. He has his wife out campaigning for him, and Kamala Harris cackling in South Carolina in front of, basketball players.
Yeah.
And so, obviously, Joe Biden's got his surrogates out 24/7, and the media is eating them up, even though they're all a bunch of liars.
Speaking of having a good team behind you, I don't think the Philadelphia Eagles are a good team behind either Nick Sirianni or Jalen Hurts, or maybe Nick Sirianni is the problem. Tony Bruno's got his Kelly Green cap on. I'm actually wearing the black and midnight because, unlike you, it's actually really cold and justified to wear a skull cap right now. But I'm going to take it off because I'm starting to sweat, and the Eagles tick me off, Tony.
I was going to say, we Dawn and I didn't get the memo to wear our hats today.
Yeah.
Because you, Nick, and Tony are wearing
Yeah, I wore one in because it was 14 degrees as we were coming in this morning.
I was doing it in sympathy. I was doing it because it did get chilly. It got into the 50s last night. It's 69 right now if you're scoring at home, and if you are, congratulations. But the bottom line is this. I put the skull cap on for all of my friends and family, up in the Northeast. In not just Northeast Philadelphia, up there at Cottman and the Boulevard, where McDonald's, I believe, is being held up as we speak right now in another crime. But hey, listen, when you run out of Egg McMuffins, things go wrong. So go terribly, terribly wrong.
Yep.
In a cold morning in Philadelphia when you're trying to stay warm out there. If you can't get your Tesla or any of your other vehicles started, you got to go into McDonald's and get yourself a couple of Egg McMuffins. What are some of the other sausage, bagels, and all those other good things that they have there?
McGriddle. Don't forget the McGriddle, Tony.
McGriddle. By the way, McDonald's coffee is still the worst coffee on the planet.
I agree.
They should just stop selling coffee at McDonald's.
Damn right. Hit up Wawa. So what do we do with the Eagles? You did the show on Monday with us. That was the morning before the debacle in Tampa Bay on Monday night. 32-9? You get beat by over 3 touchdowns. I know down the hall they're calling for heads. Do you think heads are going to roll for the Eagles?
Yeah, I don't know if Sirianni goes because that's going to be a tough thing to pull off. But you know what happens. You saw it happen yesterday in New Orleans. They didn't make the playoffs. Tampa Bay gets in that division, which was winnable by everybody. But the Buccaneers found a way to win it. And then the Saints fired 3 of their assistant coaches. So I think you're going to see the Eagles fire assistant coaches. And then that's what usually happens. If you see assistant coaches being fired by teams that didn't make the playoffs or failed, that means the head coach is safe. If you see nothing going on, that means they're still thinking about it. But I think, and I tweeted this out last night, and Jack Fritz down at WIP, the sister station, I never met the guy. I don't know him. But remember, he's the guy that rallied the Philly fans around, around booing players or being hard on some players.
No, it was Trey Turner.
I blame Jack Fritz at WIP. Trey Turner, when he was going through the doldrums, and then he had that big campaign and the push. Go out there and cheer him. Let's give him a standing ovation every time he comes out. I'm blaming Jack Fritz for the Eagles' collapse. Because if Jack Fritz had told the people that when the Eagles finally lost that game after beating the Bills and going 10-1, they should have cheered. They should have given Nick Sirianni a standing ovation every single week when they lost, just to encourage him to get back on track. And I think we got too negative in Philly, and it happens sometimes. I think if we had just given Nick Sirianni standing ovations every time he walked out onto the field, and the Eagles would find a way to lose and blow the division and blow away a chance to even win a playoff game, I think the Eagles would have turned it around. So I'm blaming Jack Fritz for this. I don't know the guy, but we got to place blame somewhere. So I'm looking at the possibilities of what could have caused this to happen. I don't know how a team goes from playing, weren't playing great, but everybody was waiting for them to finally get it all together. They went the exact opposite way. And so I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think Bill Parcells, I don't think what's his face up there in New England's coming to Philadelphia. There's a lot of everybody's going to speculate.
Yeah, Belichick.
But let's get it back to the Flyers and the 76ers. And by the way, I have my red Phillies shirt on.
Pitchers and catchers,
pitchers and catchers here down here. Water, baby.
28.
Do we have a countdown clock in the bottom right-hand screen?
No, but CNN will have a new COVID clock up there soon.
We have a COVID clock. We used to have a lies from the president clock. That went away too.
Yeah.
Remember that? Remember the lies of the do we not put Joe Biden on now when he's stumbling around at where was he the other day? He was at Phil Abundance for 10 minutes holding up a bag of apples and oranges, walking inside. Oh, look, I got a bag of oranges here. He's got my vote. When Joe Biden is telling you, well, these are the freshest oranges and apples that I have known, and then goes back home and then doesn't appear again. I think Biden called a lid this morning at 8 o'clock.
Not a joke.
And the biggest story of yesterday was that the federal government employees were supposed to walk off their jobs to protest the situation with Israel and then what's going on in the Middle East. But they got snowed out of their protest. So they were off Monday for Martin Luther King Day. They were supposed to walk out yesterday, but they couldn't walk out because they didn't go to work. even though a lot of them are still working from home. So will the government walk out today? And if all these employees do, which supposedly is illegal if you work for the government to just walk out on strike, will anybody notice? Except, not getting the mail. I mean, that would be the only way I would notice if the government shuts down or people don't go to work.
Yep.
Would you notice if people don't go to work?
No.
For the government?
Nope. Would not notice one bit. Tony Bruno joining us as he always does on a Wednesday. Hey, you made a really interesting point about the media being the enemy of the people. I want to go back to that for a second. And I'm not referring to Jack Fritz. I'm referring to Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid. Because following Monday night's victory, where Trump wins in blowout fashion, and we played the clips yesterday on the show, they decided at MSNBC as a network, at least Jake Tapper and CNN gave about 12 seconds of Trump's victory speech before Jake started talking over it, and they cut out of it. Rachel Maddow once again made the editorial, executive, journalistic decision not to roll Trump live. If you thought censorship was going by the wayside in 2024, Tony, that's not the case. They didn't allow the winning guy to have his victory speech on their network.
And the Maddow thing was the most bizarre.
Yes.
I mean, it's like, oh my God, we can't allow this. We are journalists here. We're the same people who were telling you about Konstantin Kalesnik and all the Russian information and on the tax returns and everything else. But no, we want to make sure you don't see the guy who just won. So we're not going to show him on the air. But we'll show Joe Biden stumbling down another tarmac somewhere and his wife trying to help him put a coat on because that's democracy. But we can't show the winning candidate. This is Stalin. This is Mussolini. You talk about the media. I mean, and that's my biggest beef, guys. And I've been saying this for the last few years. The media is truly the enemy of the people. And if anybody doesn't see this for what it is, I get all the pundits and the paid hacks who are on Twitter hipping their favorite candidates. But when you have a media that has zero credibility, zero trust, anybody who thinks what CNN and MSNBC did, and the fact that Joy Reid is blaming white Christians in Iowa for Trump winning the caucuses, that's insanity. That's the kind of stuff you don't even see in banana republics. And they're worried about democracy? Mm-hmm. When you have a media that no one can legitimately trust, how do you explain what's going on in this country right now? It's just embarrassing. As a guy who was in the media and the news and a reporter in the news industry and the sports industry, I've never been more embarrassed to look at our media and see what it has become. And it's become an absolute joke.
We live in this world of where the left says everything is about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Yet you have Joy Reid on television calling out the single biggest, quote, race in the country. Well, we'll just call it white people. Then calling out the biggest segment of a religion, Christians or Catholics or however you want to frame it. I mean, and that's permitted on MSNBC by the same people that are talking about how everybody should be embraced and we're all big, blah, 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 blah. And yet you're saying with that divisive rhetoric, and yet that's somehow permissible, Tony. That goes completely not mentioned by the mainstream media when she goes out there and attacks two groups of people which represent the largest segment of American population.
And, while wearing a Trump wig on MSNBC.
I know, she dyed her hair blonde.
She's got a blonde wig on or whatever it is.
Excuse me.
She's wearing a blonde wig. And by the way, here's the biggest hypocrisy with Joy Reid. And everybody knows the only card she has a 52 card deck and every card's the race card. There's not even a joker in that deck because she's the joker. And so is Rachel Maddow and all these, and Jake Strapper. I call him Jake Strapper. Jake Strapper. I mean, he has moments of being a journalist, but then sooner or later he goes right back into being a DNC hack.
He's a Philly guy, Tony.
We can't keep playing this now because Donald Trump is doing his anti-immigrant routine right now, and that's how they fashion the narrative. Anti-immigrant? How is anybody anti-immigrant? When it's all about immigration and legal immigration. And so that's what they're all surrogates. The media is the surrogates. All the hacks that are out there, Jill Biden, Kamala Harris, Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, they're all going to be out there working 24/7 while Joe is still somewhere in his oxygen tent in Delaware or down in Camp David, or maybe he comes back to Philadelphia for another 15-minute appearance talk about fossil fuels. I mean, it's just embarrassing.
His wife's a Philly girl, Tony. Don't forget
she
that.
is a Philly girl, no doubt about it.
Damn right.
No doubt about it.
Bruno with us for a few more moments here. You mentioned Twitter and people being Twitter hacks. I'm fascinated by the fascination of Jack Smith. So yesterday, some of the news coming out in Trump's D.C. case that Trump lost his appeal to Jack Smith and the ability of the DOJ to have access to Donald Trump's Twitter feed, which I find remarkable because anybody that's on Twitter, we see what's on your timeline. We see what you retweet or what you like or what you comment to. The only other thing, and you can even see people's mentions by clicking on their tweet and seeing what people are saying at the person who tweeted whatever. So I don't know what Jack Smith expects to gain from this. I mean, does he think that Trump was DMing Putin and he wants to see direct messages to Putin? Other than that, I have no idea what the obsession is with Trump's Twitter feed, but Trump lost that appeal yesterday to Jack Smith.
Well, of course, because you know that the wheels of justice only go one way. And again, I'm not a Republican honk. I don't tell you who to vote for. I don't care who you vote for. But if you don't see through this stuff, and here's Trump, right, who's old as well, and he's in Iowa in the freezing cold. Then he goes to New York with this idiotic trial of a woman who's on tape multiple times as a certified wacko in this alleged rape trial. So he goes back to New York, goes through that charade. He's got the other idiotic, his property. By the way, did you see the owner of the New York Yankees was down in Mar-a-Lago here in Florida, and he was being asked about the value of his property, of Trump's property in Mar-a-Lago? He said it was valued at about $1.5 billion. And so you have the people in New York, the obviously anti-Trump the attorney general sitting in court every day talking about how Trump's lying about his property value. You got legitimate multi-billionaires who can realize, and if you've been down to that part of Palm Beach County, I mean, there's not one house that's not under $500 million. And Mar-a-Lago is a huge property. And I would agree, probably worth, and we're talking about the guy who owns the New York Yankees saying it's about $1.5 billion. So you got all these people trying to make stuff up and throw stuff against the wall. And I think what this does is it makes Trump stronger, because the more people see through this stuff, the more they see through it, and the more they look outside and see what the big problems are in their lives. You know, immigration is now, as Ron DeSantis pointed out, people are talking about immigration because it's affecting everything in this country. Not that we don't want immigrants. My mom was an immigrant. So nobody's anti-immigrant. The people who were here and did it the right way, they're even pissed off at what's going on with people just coming in and getting better treatment than citizens or veterans or people on the streets with no food, no place to sleep, that kind of stuff. It's common sense. It's all it's about, common sense.
It is. Tony Bruno, always good to have you on to chop it up and break it down on a Wednesday morning. By the way, loving the Kelly Green cap. It's a good look for you.
That's my crumb bomb hat now.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
Crumb bum.
Representing the Eagles on the top, Frank Rizzo on the top with the Phillies across the chest.
And I got my Flyers underwear on. I've got my Eric Lindros underwear on.
Will you be showing up at Dick Morris's kitchen?
Oh no!
I will be walking, but I will walk in through the front door. I'm not coming in through the garage. I don't have the key. I don't have the way to get into his garage. I don't have it on my program. If he gives me the code and I can program the code into Dick Morris's garage, I will gladly do another walk-in the next time he goes live with what's the guy's name? Rob Schmidt on Newsmax.
Yeah.
Not News Nation and not whatever the other news channels are.
OAN.
This is Newsmax.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, that guy, Rob Schmidt, I think he lives near Vince Papale over in Jupiter, Florida, on the east coast of Florida.
Yeah.
This is more inside information you're not getting anywhere else.
Sure.
But would you wear your tidy underwear in walking in the background?
I'm going to get my time. I had an old tank top. I got to find it. You know, again, it's 69 degrees, maybe in the 70s today.
Yeah.
I got to bust out the tank top today.
You do.
Beautiful.
You do.
Got to do that, yeah.
All right.
Can we go on special assignment just for a visit with Tony and Miss Robin?
Yeah.
We'll broadcast from Bruno's boat.
Well, no, the boat's still floating. It's still floating. It's not operational, but it's still out there floating. I'm going to put a live webcam out there so I can have people watch every day and see the sunset and the sunrise every day. Because, you know, these webcam things are really, really popular right now.
Yeah, I've heard you've been into the webcam scene.
Exactly. My OnlyFans right now. I'm on the down low on my OnlyFans, but I am making. I'm gonna start milking cows on my Twitter stream and try to make 6 figures milking cows on social media because I'm a good cow milker. I've done it before.
You do that.
You got the technique with the teats down.
I got to get out of here, Bruno.
Right.
We'll talk to you next week. Good stuff as always, brother. Thank you.
Guys. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Don't drink and drive.
Yes.
And watch out for the black ice, which is racist.
Good night, everybody.
Goodbye. There's Bruno as we wrap up hour 3. Hour 4 is next, but right now, somebody's got a word for something.
Hey, you can make the decision right now, and I hope you do, to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain. Do this for the new year, would you? Don't go another year compromising because of all that pain, maybe in your knees, your shoulder, your aching back. Call QC Kinetics. Call them now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative, non-surgical pain relief. So your body, believe it or not, has everything it needs to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue. And QC Kinetics can make it happen. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. The future of pain treatments has arrived. Hundreds of board-certified QC Kinetics providers treating tens of thousands of very satisfied patients all across America, and many of you right here in our area. I've talked to so many of you. I've heard from you. People with back pain, hip pain, any pain associated with arthritis or maybe that past injury. This is not a Band-Aid approach. This is a revolutionary treatment that gets you moving again. Get your life back. And listen, it is non-surgical. So if this is the year you decide to fight back against that pain, take the first step now. Call QC Kinetics. Get a free consultation on the calendar. Do this today. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. Will you just call them already? 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. This year, resolve to use less gas. You can carpool to work a few days a week and walk any distance under a mile. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing? Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week. Use public transportation like buses or trains. Combine errands to make fewer trips. And take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9. Are you a business owner in need of financing? Then you need Swish Funding, the better way to get the funding you need. Our simple application process takes just minutes, with funding as soon as one business day. At Swish Funding, we focus on your business cash flow, not your personal credit score. And we're ready to help with funding from $5,000 to $5 million. If you've been in business for 1 year and have monthly revenue of at least $25,000, you could get the affordable funding you need with no collateral at swishradio.com. That's SWISH radio.com.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, life is bigger. It's bigger than you are not me.
Kayal and Company, welcome back in 9:01 live here on a Wednesday morning. Fourth and final hour underway. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Nick, Don, and Greg, get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Still ahead this morning, we have What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2, our morning mystery movie clip at 9:20, and then also a couple of stories from the world of entertainment and media, one of which is the Emmys, and then also the podcast industry. A very interesting story about the decline, demise, and maybe even the death of podcasts. We'll get into that in just a couple of minutes. But right now, let's get to some of the news. I don't think we had a big three in the 8 o'clock hour, so we will get to one here in the 9 o'clock hour at 9:03 on this Wednesday morning. It's time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. We do have breaking news that I want to report to you, and that is the situation, the danger on the boulevard is over. So here's the latest, because the Roosevelt Boulevard has been shut down pretty much all morning during the morning commute. Now we have new information. Philadelphia police say a man believed to be in his 70s in a pickup truck fired shots at officers during that standoff with SWAT officers before ultimately the officers returned fire, shooting and killing that suspect. So this caused, obviously, the closure, huge delays with the road closures, not just the boulevard, both lanes, but also surrounding streets. This is in the northeast Rawhurst section of Philadelphia. And police initially say they had responded to a crash involving this Dodge pickup truck early this morning in the 5 a.m. hour, and that's when we had reported it to you. And so the truck had two wheels on the sidewalk, two on Borbeck Street. I mean, it was a hot mess. So ultimately, this resulted in this man. I don't know if he was firing shots before police arrived, so we don't know what led up to that. We only know that ultimately he was, according to authorities and witnesses, he had fired upon officers. That led to this barricade situation all morning, traffic nightmare. But ultimately, thank goodness, those SWAT officers wearing their full gear. So I don't know. Here's the thing. They're saying no officers hurt. Mm-hmm. But does that mean that were they struck?
Or fired upon.
And, they physically, did they take in fire? Mm-hmm. And thank God it sounds like they were wearing the proper gear that protected their lives.
Wow.
So, I mean, just a disturbing situation this morning. There were some initial reports this morning. It had something to do with the ice and the weather. Mm-hmm. That is not true. That's not what this was. It had nothing to do with the frigid conditions, with all of the delays, the ice, because we are encased in an Arctic icy situation in the city of Philadelphia.
All right, Sherelle Parker, what are you going to do about this one now?
Yes.
Huh? You got all these answers and solutions for crime, enough of the press conferences and what you're going to do. Let's see what happens now.
Yeah, so the information is you still want to avoid the area. Northbound and inner southbound lanes of the boulevard between Ron and Tyson have partially reopened right now to traffic. So just a heads up on that one. You should still expect delays. We also have, and since you referred to it, the situation in the Midwest where it's colder than it is here, and with the Arctic blast, reportedly they have all of these people who have electric vehicles, in particular Teslas, but in general, fully electric vehicles.
I love electric school buses.
Well, you wouldn't love them if you were right now in the Midwest, where apparently we're now learning this, that it's not a plug and go situation, according to experts, that batteries, if you go to one of those charging stations, they can't in Arctic conditions and in frigid weather, it affects the battery and its ability to charge.
I wonder if the smart EV people thought about that in advance.
So apparently, this is the quote, it's not plug and go. You have to precondition the battery, meaning you have to get the battery up to an optimal temperature to accept the charge, especially those charging stations where it's a fast charge.
Okay.
So they literally had people in these long lines, and they were the cars. They said they were like frozen robots.
Wow!
And there were people in these lines for 5+ hours.
Oh my God!
Then they were calling Ubers of vehicles that were non-electric, or friends or family to come and get them.
And
they left them.
This is where.
This particular, a lot of the media was Chicago,
okay,
but apparently this is happening across the Midwest.
Okay, because I would think people in the Midwest, more laid-back folk that are willing to be a little more patient, I can't see in any big Northeast blue city, Chicago, Philly, whatever you want to talk about. Could you imagine? We can't wait 5 seconds. If you're 2 seconds late to hit the gas pedal when the light goes from red to green, you're getting honked and beeped at, right? I can't imagine the unmitigated disaster of that happening in this area.
Oh, that's a great point.
There would be shootings. All hell would break loose. It would be utter chaos.
I think that's a great point because, in the Midwest, a little more laid back.
Right. You go down to the South, the Midwest, Hawaii, where they don't beep at you.
Because they're saying like, oh, is your car taking the charge? Mine's not.
Don't you know?
I don't know. They're being interviewed and they're seeming pretty angry. I mean, there's a lot of anger here.
Yeah.
And especially to your point, nobody told us this.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody gave us any of this information.
Do we know what the threshold temperature is for that charge to be received? Does it have to be 27 degrees or above freezing? I mean,
think
because it's
above
pretty frigid out there.
I think it's above 30 degrees.
Oh boy.
So when you're in the teens or for these places, I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
If it's windy, if it's a windy spot, and then you've got I don't know. But we will get to the bottom of it because they are furious about it.
Okay.
Number 3, we talked in Philadelphia about the stories where the malls here, and especially in the city, there are these rules, and in the stores where they said if you're underage, if you're an underage teen, you need to be accompanied by a parent. So that actually is the latest story at the Deptford Mall in South Jersey. The Deptford police on their social media, putting out the word to parents, do not think that you can just drop off your middle school age or your high school age kids and drop them off at the mall because, it's cold, schools are canceled or delayed, etc.
Mm-hmm, right.
So that people are just dropping their kids off because I guess it's too cold to go out sledding or something.
Yeah.
So they're saying this is causing huge problems and they're unruly.
Yeah.
And we're not your babysitter.
It's good. I like that rule because they have first of all, they have no disposable income or money. So they're not going to go around and, be a patron to any of the stores or the business owners of whether they're a corporation, a chain, or, a mom and pop store in the mall. So I remember when we were kids, though, it was different because I remember specifically our malls, the Lehigh Valley Mall, Palmer Mall, and Phillipsburg Mall, they had arcades. So you could go in and play all sorts of video games and arcade games, and there was never an issue if you were a 12-year-old unsupervised. But now those things have gone by the wayside, and if you think about it, any of the malls that are still around, most of them are dying, but the ones that thrive are all high-end. What's a 12-year-old going to do at the KOP Mall? They can't even afford a pretzel at that mall.
I'm going to disagree a little,
right.
and this is because your daughters are on the cusp of this. So I'm going to warn you.
I know.
The 12-year-olds at KOP, yeah, they have a credit card.
Oh, do they?
Oh, yeah. Or nowadays it's in their phone.
Oh, the Apple Pay?
Because mom and dad have provided that. So those 12-year-olds at KOP, they're going into Sephora and they're dropping about, $500-$600.
Oh.
This is your fate, my friend.
Oh.
This is what they do. Like my teenager, now he earns it. He works, for us. And has to have good grades. But the credit cards are on the phone, my friend.
Oh.
And this is your fate.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Your daughter.
Dry January just came to an end for me. Thank you very much, Don.
You did.
All right. Apple
I'm
Pay.
sorry.
Yeah.
Apple Pay, or there are they can get the dad's and mom's credit cards right on the.
Yeah.
And then they will call you when they're out with their friends and say, oh, because you have a limit. And they'll go, can you put like $200 more on the card, Daddy?
Yeah. I relish when that happens.
Yeah, because you're going to go, okay.
Yeah.
You don't have, they're right here. They're on your pinky finger.
Yeah.
I know. We know.
I know.
You can talk tough.
No.
Well, let's thank our friends at Piazza Auto Group. Start your new adventure in a Defender 90 with 3.9% APR for 60 months. Only for a limited time right now. You can visit Land Rover Westchester, Land Rover Willow Grove, Wilmington, or Harrisburg for a test drive. You can always shop online today. So thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our Big Three.
We actually have audio of me loading up my kid's prepaid debit card for the mall. Apparently I was bugged. I didn't know. I think my rights have been violated, but here's the tape.
Daddy owes you.
So there you go.
Just wait, because they're just turning. They'll be
10 in September.
Okay, so they're 9.
Yeah.
All right,
9.
so little premature, but maybe I'm going to give it a year.
Yeah. Well, they already want those new Stanley mugs that are out there. I was just down in the kitchen during the last commercial break getting a coffee refill, and one of the sales assistants had one of the big pink ones, and I was like, "Is that the $50 Starbucks Stanley that you get at Target?" And she said, "No, it was a generic knockoff one that was only $15." But now these big, I think they're like 32 ounce. They're like a liter. I mean, that's the other thing. Do you remember? I'm gonna go on a little tangent. We got like 90 seconds left here. Do you remember when like the water bottle thing started, where everybody was just carrying around a water bottle?
Yeah.
It started off like as a little 12 ounce or 16 ounce bottle of spring water, like Deer Park or Dasani, and then it turned into like carrying around like a 33 ounce bottle of water. Like I have these big alkaline bottles that I get at Sam's Club, so I'm guilty of this. And then it morphed into like, hey, let's get a Yeti, and everybody had a Yeti, and now it's a Stanley, and they're getting bigger and bigger. Why do we need to walk around with 50-ounce jugs of things that we drink? Have you noticed that in the office setting?
Everybody might not know what you're talking about. I should send visuals to Greg, but these are, it's basically a to-go cup.
Yeah.
But it's a huge deal right now, and they're going online. You can look it up, like the hot pink Stanley Starbucks big, it's a to-go coffee cup. Yeah. It's going for $300.
It's outrageous.
Yes. They're being Stacia, my stepdaughter. She was in line, and she was in at a Starbucks with her kids, and they were like, everybody was going crazy because they limited the Starbucks pink. I guess it's like the Barbie pink Stanley to-go cup.
Yeah.
And people were going crazy, and they got to her, and they're like, do you want it? And Stacia's like, no, why would I spend all this money?
I'm looking at, you can get them for $45 at Target.
Yeah, the Stanley brand, and I think it's Starbucks. They're like branded together.
But there's the pink one, the Pink Quencher, which is like a sparkly pink from Starbucks.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it. It's online. It's going for one is selling for $300. One's selling for $269.
I see it.
Do you see it? It's a hot pink like Barbie. But anyway, she was at a Starbucks and she's like, "What is going on here?"
It's just,
and the people were like, "Oh, thank God, you're the only one not." And she's like, "I'm not gonna buy. Why am I gonna pay all this money?" But at Starbucks, if you get it right from Starbucks, it's like $60.
It's unbelievable.
But if you buy it now, there's a resale market for these.
Oh yeah. You just resell everything and make a profit. That's what people do. I'm just blown away by the size of these things nowadays. Like, do you really need to carry? I see people at gyms. When I used to go to the gym a few years ago, before I have the gym at my apartment, people would walk around with a legitimate gallon jug of water. Like, remember those big 128 ounces?
It's good. You should drink that much
water.
water.
Well, I agree. But, whatever happened to just a 16 ouncer and refilling it a couple of times? It's like you're getting a workout carrying around these big things. I don't know that it's good for the environment, personally. It could lead to climate change. I don't know. I'll have to further investigate.
Yeah, speaking of the environment, and I know we have to break, but, If you guys, do you guys ever do the get your groceries ordered from like Shipt or whatever?
No.
So now what they're doing now, because in my township there's no more plastic bags, they're giving you a bunch of reusable bags. And I said to my wife, I'm like, what the hell are we going to do with all these reusable? I have a closet full of reusable bags.
Grocery store bags, yeah.
What am I doing with all of them?
I know. I have a little cabinet underneath. I open up, all the bags fall out.
At least with the plastic bags, you can take them, and like there's places at like the Giant by me where you can take those bags and return them. What am I doing with all of these reusable bags now? We're going to end up throwing them out.
I know.
They're going to be in a landfill somewhere.
Give them to the delivery person. Ask them if they want them back.
Yeah.
Once they...
Oh.
You
there you
can
go.
give them back. That's what I've done.
Yeah. Or you just keep one of them and put it over your wife's head. Anyway, we got to get to a break, pay some bills.
Can we unpack that?
Man, Jesus.
Sure. We'll get to the more...
His wife is not a single bagger.
Oh, my Lord.
Or a
oh,
double
my
bagger.
God.
Bagger. 855-839-1210. Morning Mystery Movie Clip in about 5 minutes as we continue, and I'll be getting text messages during the break. Stay right there. We're back after this.
Imagine it's the final game of the season, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are making a comeback. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about Linzess, linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Larry Steinhauser of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what investor schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What's up tonight? Trouble in the heart when got a head on collision.
9:21. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, a Wednesday morning here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210. We'll get to your calls here in just a moment. Also, what's on the cut sheet part due, what's on tap for the Dawn Show, and who on Twitter and YouTube today. But before all of that, let's get set for our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Beautifully synchronized, don't you agree?
You're blaming me for the traffic?
Should I?
Let's go home.
They're right. We could be stuck here for hours. It could be like this all the way to Atlantic City. Let's go back. I'm sorry. I don't know what got into me.
Can you please slow down?
Yes, I can.
Truman, that door turned off.
I changed my mind.
What's wrong?
It's like this time of year. Mardi Gras!
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh my
Can we put a little effort into our work here, guys?
I thought we were going to listen to the whole movie.
I know. I guess we've used Jaws up too many times.
We're going to need a bigger boat.
Caller 12. 855-839-1210. You will win a digital movie download for the movie Next Goal Wins, starring Michael Fassbender in this hilarious and heartwarming feel-good underdog comedy based on a true story by Academy Award-winning filmmaker Taika Waititi. Score big by adding Next Goal Wins to your movie collection today. Buy it now on digital and own it on Blu-ray February 27th. Caller 12, 855-839-1210 if you can identify that clip. All right, Linda is in Mount Laurel, and she's got some thoughts and commentary on green lighting cards for kids at 12 years old. Linda, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm grandmom, so I don't know all the details.
Okay.
But there is a card they call the green light card. My grandson has one. And you put a certain amount on it, and then when the kid needs more money, you add their money to it, or you put your money on it for them. And every time they make a purchase, whether it's at Wawa, Chick-fil-A, or in the mall, you get notified what they spent and where they spent it.
Ah. Okay. Sounds like surveillance to me, which I kind of like in this scenario.
But at that age, you do this.
Yes.
And I know when he was with me this summer, I funded it once. But I've never really did a full funding but I do get notified when he spends money on the green light card.
Okay. So the green light card, now I'm assuming that is that something you can download on like a smartphone, or is that something you have to buy in a store?
It's an app. I don't know, because he's got the app,
Okay.
and I've got the app, and you can look it all up online, and I'm sure there's other ones like it.
Okay.
But the kids use a green light card, and they do this, and then when they're short, it's a text to mom, please put more money on my card, and, my daughter has to decide whether she's doing it or not.
Right. Okay.
This is what happened.
Okay, this is great information, Linda. Thank you very much. Linda from Mount Laurel, and Dawn was nodding along in agreement that this is the thing. I am tempted just to do this one time, load it up with, I don't know, $25 or whatever, and then when my daughters, now you get notified of their purchases.
Yes.
So when they come back to me and say, I'm out of money, and I'm like, oh, well, what did you buy it on? and they say Starbucks, but I have the receipts that prove otherwise, that's where I catch them in the lie. And that's where I say, you know what? I am officially red lighting the green light card. It is done because you are not honest about what you spent your money on.
Well, that's the great point of this is you can teach your daughters about finance and they get cash back. So it's a card, the green light one she mentioned, she's exact, and there are some others, but and they're highly rated by different consumer advocacy groups.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, you're teaching them about building a positive credit history,
Yeah.
how to think about budgeting,
Mm-hmm.
and it really is. It's a great teaching tool, but it's in real time. It's a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then also you can say, well, how, help out mom doing this or help me out, so they can learn
Yeah.
how to earn things.
Right.
And then too, the value of money. Like, David, sometimes I'll say to him, well, can you do this? And he'll say, really? I only got, $40 on the card
Mhm.
and I did all this work. I'm like, welcome to the real world. And then imagine that's not even getting taxed.
Right.
So imagine if I'm now the government, I'm going to take 30% of that.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can really teach them about taxation. Seriously, you know what I mean?
Start
Teach them about
taxing your kids.
And if it's the Democrats, they won't even. No, just kidding.
Yeah.
But you can teach them about budgeting and how they can decide. So they're at Sephora. I mean, Sephora. Have your girls discovered Sephora?
Oh, of course.
Did we talk
Remember,
about
we
this?
talked about
Oh, we
this in the
did.
fall. Remember?
Yes,
back in
that's right.
September and October.
Holy moly!
Yeah, I was crying.
Yeah, it's
Literally, I was walking out in the parking lot. I had tears running down my
Yeah.
cheeks because I knew I was gone. I was dead. I was out of money.
Yeah,
That's it.
stuff they want, and and that stuff is all the influencers. But
Mhm.
you can teach them also about finding. I used to do stories in television, like consumer stories about this. You can teach them how to find the same products at Sephora, online, and at other stores. It's the exact same product.
Consumer Tips with Dawn Stensland.
Yes.
Coming up at 1 a.m. Friday night on Talk Radio 1210
But if you can
WPHT.
teach your daughters that,
Yeah.
and also if they put that online, if they want it when they get a little older, those kinds of influencers go a long way. If they
Mm-hmm.
say, look, I found this product at Sephora, guess what? This little packet is like $200.
Yeah.
I found it so-and-so for $25.
Well, there you go. And of course, it's
That's
an
my
app.
advice to you.
There's an app for everything.
There
Everybody's got a
is.
podcast, everybody writes a book, and everybody's got an app. There you go.
So my last piece of advice to you, Nick Kayal, you mentioned lie, just the biggest thing we did with the kids was say, if you ever lie to us about the phone, the credit card on the thing, it's gone. We take it away,
Mhm.
and we mean it.
Oh, yeah.
They won't. That just shuts that down.
There you go. Patrick is in Chester Springs. He's identified the morning mystery movie clip. Patrick, good morning. I can't imagine that this was a difficult one because the name of the movie was mentioned by his wife as they're driving around in circles. Patrick, what movie did we play for you?
All righty. Good morning, Nick. We got The Truman Show.
That is correct. You have the digital download after the easiest movie clip in the history of this program. Patrick, congratulations, and thank you for listening, bud.
Thanks for all you guys do.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. There's Patrick. I love that one scene in the Truman Show where he's looking around. He's like, who the hell are you talking to? All right, coming up next, the morning mystery movie clip is in the books. We've got part 2 of the cut sheet, and we will get to that on the other side. But first, a word from our good friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Yeah, it's January 17th, but they're still ringing in the new year. And our friends from the Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles want to wish everyone a happy 2024. And Piazza is excited because, well, they are welcoming in 2 new members to their family of dealerships. Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the main line, both located on Lancaster Avenue, and you're going to receive the same first-class customer experience that you've come to expect from the Piazza Premium Automobiles Group and the Piazza family. You can find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, boy, that Grecale that I test drove a while back, what a vehicle, or other Piazza luxury brand items like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more. Check them out online, piazzapremiumautos.com, and tell them Nick sent you.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well,
trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This new year, it's time to finally lose that weight the safe and natural way with NJ Diet. Their results are nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. With NJ Diet, you will lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Don't take shots the rest of your life. Lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Naturally, quickly, and safely with NJ Diet. No hormones, no prepackaged foods, no shots. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Call 855-5NJ-DIET. 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. If you want to look and feel great in 2024, I recommend you book an appointment with my friend, Dr. Michael Veneria at Veneria Dental. Nothing makes you look and feel better than having that $1 million smile. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years. My entire family goes to Dr. Veneria because the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations. That has made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike today. You have a choice, a clear choice for you and your family, so give Dr. Veneria a call. I promise you won't be disappointed. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or visit VeneriaDental.com.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
We are Nick and Genevieve Roberts, and we've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2019.
With Crash Proof Retirement, we have no worries whatsoever. We can't lose money. You only keep making money. Come home and tell your wife, hey, we made money today. You never have a bad conversation.
The next market year, they're predicting inflation and recession, and you won't have to worry about any of that. I wake up a lot happier not worrying about my retirement.
One of the other great things about Crash Proof Retirement is the interest that we earn going forward earns interest on itself. If I left that money in the bank, you're lucky if you get 1%. And since you can't lose money with Crash Proof Retirement, I never get blamed for losing money.
Learn how you can outperform the markets with no risk of loss at the Copperfield Inn on February 7th. Registration is required. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I'm so happy, 'cause today found my friends are in my head. I'm so ugly, that's okay, 'cause so are you. Book on me.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we continue live here on this Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Dawn Show coming up in 25 minutes. We will find out what is on tap shortly, as well as who on Twitter and YouTube today. Been a very good show. A lot of good stuff in the first 3 hours. Heavy stuff with everything going on from Iowa into New Hampshire. Donald Trump, Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, Tony Bruno was great. If you missed any of that this morning, download the Odyssey app and hit up the rewind feature on the app, or of course, go back and watch the program on YouTube, youtube.com /at 1210 WPHT. All right, let's get to some more audio. It's 9:36. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Nick, you brought up earlier that they had to correct themselves by saying Trump didn't win all 99 counties. He lost one county by what? One vote, correct?
98 out of 99.
That was Johnson County, Iowa. Apparently, the precinct ran out of party switch forms after Democrats overwhelmed the precinct to vote as Republicans for Nikki Haley.
Which obviously in Iowa you can have it be a Democrat come over, an independent come over, switch over, vote, the whole bit. Yep.
This is very telling to me. Very telling. This is from I believe this is from CBS Evening News. Major Garrett is reporting here. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
Major, it's been a very interesting night. They just finished voting. This was a room in favor of Nikki Haley, overwhelmingly so. Ron DeSantis second, Donald Trump a distant third. The most interesting development of the evening, and Anthony Salvanto will find this to be very interesting indeed. They had 50 forms for people who wanted to register tonight or switch their party registration. They ran out of those forms. Members of the caucus team here had to run out to multiple people's homes to get printer paper and get their printers fired up. They printed another 25 or so sheets of paper. They estimate about 75 people were new registrations or switched their registration from Democrat to Republican who are in play in this caucus tonight. And I think that's a big reason why Nikki Haley was lifted up. You're getting a little noise here as they clean up. Was so impressive in this particular outing. If she can repeat that, because we're talking about 20% of the vote here, thereabouts, give or take, were new registrations or crossovers, and that is above the typical rate. You see estimates about 10% in a typical open caucus. So if she can outperform in counties like this one, at caucus sites like this one, then that bodes well for her ability to have a strong second, which of course is what her campaign really wants to drive the narrative into New Hampshire.
Can you imagine living in Johnson County and somebody knocks on your door and you open up the door and like, can I help you? Yeah, we're running the caucus down the street and we ran out of paper. Do you have a printer? Do you have a Canon or a Hewlett-Packard in there? Like, what? How do you run? Why is it that the United States, when it comes to elections in general, we'll just characterize it that way, why do we have all of these issues? Running out of supplies, machines are jammed up. Paper ballots, identification, it's a simple process. Third world countries do it better than we do.
By the way, everybody knows Brother is the best printer.
Brother?
Sorry, yes. It's a joke, sorry.
Oh.
Bad joke that landed like a lead balloon.
But why do Democrats, are these genuine people who are sick of Joe Biden, or do Democrats, again, Democrats outplaying because they're always united. They're like a bunch of ants that just work together. And, so ultimately, are they thinking in truth that Nikki Haley is actually the Joe Biden is more beatable.
She's Hillary. As the picture shows on Trump's Instagram, where he took Hillary and Nikki Haley and merged it together.
Do you want to put that up now?
Yeah, there it is. It's on YouTube.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Do you see it, Dawn? Look at that.
Yes.
That's Hillary. Look at that.
Oh, that's amazing.
That is beautiful.
That is such an insult.
YouTube.com/what? It's your buddy Trump doing it.
It's Hillary's hair with an aged, artificially enhanced face of Nikki. That will be that's presumably Nikki 20 years from now.
Oh,
right. Hillary's
Never.
what? Hillary's what? 70. Hillary's got to be in her 70s by now.
70s, yeah.
Yeah. So, and we know Nikki's 51, and according to Don Lemon, she's out of her prime. But yeah, the real issue, and you make a good point, Don. Are these people that are truly ditching D for R? Then if so, the more the merrier. Great, come along.
Nah.
But if you are doing this to vote for somebody other than Trump, to throw a wrench into the equation, so to speak, I don't like this concept of that they permit that in Iowa.
Can we put that photo up one more time for the people just tuning in on YouTube? Thank you.
My name's Hillary Clinton, and I'm from South Carolina, the low state.
I mean, she said that she was a reason she got into politics or something, right?
Yeah.
She has Nikki Haley has explained that a lot. That back in the day, she did say apparently that a strong woman in politics or whatever, inspired her.
Yeah.
And so now she has to, walk that one back. But I don't know. I just think it's telling to me. It's fascinating to me that they did that. But I think the Democrats sit around. They don't say, "Hey, how can we come up with the best leader and the best candidate?" Because they don't have that. They don't have somebody. They have somebody who's a disaster, who they just don't even want out front. And so what they have to do is little tricks like this to figure out how to meddle in an honest, process with Republicans. And so that tells me what, Tony Bruno said a minute ago.
Yeah. That
actually, he said DeSantis is pretty good. He's really, when he talks about policy, he's an impressive guy. Maybe they're more worried about a DeSantis-Biden matchup than anybody thinks.
I'm going to have to look this up when I get home later today. I'm curious to know how many states follow along with the rule that Iowa does, with allowing Democrats and independents to flip to R and vote in these primaries like this, or these caucuses.
Well, it's all local, but I just think that it just shows you that they're gonna have these shenanigans in every one of these, and we have to see through it all.
Speaking of DeSantis and Haley, Ron DeSantis, during his town hall last night with Wolf Blitzer in New Hampshire, says that Haley can't rely on Dems to win the primaries. As that clip from CBS News just proved. This is cut 17, Phil. Go.
Spoke to our Dana Bash here on CNN in New Hampshire today and said this about you. This is what Governor Haley said. "He is not my concern. I'm going after Trump." What do you say to her?
So she said, and her campaign said, that there's only 2 tickets out of Iowa, that the top 2 out of Iowa would be viable, and that she would finish at least second, and then that would be the race. Well, guess what happened? Even though she spent 100% of her money attacking me and not 1 red cent attacking Donald Trump, and I faced almost $50 million in total, I got in second, and she did not. And that's just the reality. And here's the thing. In Iowa, you can actually show up as a Democrat on the day of the caucus, change your registration, and then participate in the Republican caucus. In New Hampshire, you can't do that. If you're a declared Democrat, then you can't vote in the primary. So she was relying on her support for a lot of these Democrats changing their registration on the day of the caucus. And here's the thing. In Florida, I want a lot more Democrats than previous governors have been able to do. I think it's great in a general election to build the Big Tent, but to win a Republican primary, you can't rely on Democrats coming in and changing their registration. You got to be able to win core Republicans. You got to be able to win conservatives. And she cannot do that. You look at a lot of those folks, because I spoke at these caucuses. I spoke at 2 caucus sites. A lot of the Trump voters were coming up to me saying, you know what, I'm for you in 28, or I love what you're doing. Like they know that I have a great record. None of them like Nikki Haley because they don't think she shares her values. So she does not have the ability to build the type of coalition that you need to win a Republican primary, period, much less take on Donald Trump.
You know, I'm so over the he said, she said, or you did this, and I campaigned for that, and I spent X. Especially when it's coming from number 2 versus number 3, or vice versa. You know, if you think about this, this is now, and I'm not talking about us or this show or any show on this station, but the national media has tried to drum up this interest in these primaries and these caucus and everything that's going on. And it's like trying to sell interest in a movie that you've already seen the ending to. You know, Jaws, Titanic, anything with a dramatic ending. Like, you know how the movie ends, yet you're still trying to position it like, hey, you should really sit down and watch this because I'm telling you, it's like, we already know this is Trump's. So all of this, honestly, at this point, especially coming from him, look, he's a great policy champion. And I still think he'll have a shot in 2028 if he can ever figure out the intangible stuff. But he has no path. I might even do a big take tomorrow on DeSantis having no path because he's 3rd in New Hampshire. He's going to be 3rd in South Carolina. It's time for Mr. Mustard just to go home. It really is.
But I don't disagree with that. But like, why not just let the process play out? Like, why does everybody have to bow out? You know what I mean? Like, yes, he has no path. He's not going to win. But like, if he wants to blow through money and pretend like he has a shot and try and do this, like, what's the harm in that?
Well, but the harm is, why not unite on that stage and say, you know what, we've got a guy who's clobbering everybody. They're fighting for the scraps of second place, and it's painful.
He also has a job to go back to.
Right, dude, run Florida.
Yeah.
And so, and here's the thing, and my husband says this all the time. He says, Dawn, when these guys go back and they're on the stage for Trump and they endorse Trump, all of a sudden you're going to love Governor DeSantis again. Okay, Larry Bear, whose birthday it was yesterday. Happy birthday.
Oh, boy.
You're right. Okay, he's right. I'll admit it. When DeSantis goes back, and guess what? You know why I'm going to love him? And we're going to love him. You know why? Because he's going to freaking relax and get the mustard face off of, you know what I mean? He's going to be all relaxed again.
There's 2 questions. When will he drop out, and will he endorse Donald Trump?
Wouldn't you like to know?
All right, coming up.
Is that why you and I spar so well together, because you're used to doing it with your husband? Okay.
That's exactly it.
I got you.
This is just like this is the dry run, like SNL.
She's like, I know what it's going to be. We're debating tonight. Let's go.
Dawn goes through her material with you, and then redoes it with Larry. You're live.
Yeah, and then later I'm like, yo, Larry, been there, done that. Greg already went through it all. Okay,
there you go.
Just listen. And now I have him listen. He's watching. He goes back to the YouTube and he watches it. You know, the whole thing.
Thousands of people do each day.
He should pay Greg Stocker.
Yeah.
You know, see?
All right. Coming up next, what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who won social media today? Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Let's talk about Parks Casino. We love Parks. And Parks Casino is the #1 casino experience in the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania because they really do have it all. It's the only casino I ever recommend. And right now in this frigid cold, I mean, Parks is the place. 3,200 state-of-the-art slots, 115 live table games, best sports book on the entire East Coast, award-winning restaurants, as you know, New York's best club comedians every other Thursday night, and of course, the best bands every weekend only at 360 Lounge. So much fun to be had. Plus top headliners every single weekend at the 1,500-seat Excite Center at Parks Casino. World-class headliners like comedian Colin Jost from Saturday Night Live, headlines February 16th and 17th, Valentine's weekend. Band of Horses rocks Parks on February 10th. Comedian Nikki Glazer, March 9th. Singer-songwriter Emmylou Harris, March 22nd. Plus, all the free parking, valet parking, EV charging stations for all guests, for all things Parks Casino. Just visit parkscasino.com, PARX Casino and Sportsbook. This is how you win. Gotta be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Hi, I'm PJ Vogt, here to tell you about my new podcast, Search Engine. On Search Engine, we tackle the kinds of questions that keep you up at night. Like, why are drug dealers putting fentanyl in everything? Should we be worried that Elon Musk believes that we're living in a simulation? And, for the love of God, is it actually unsafe to drink the coffee on airplanes? On Search Engine, no question is too big and no question is too small. Listen and follow Search Engine with PJ Vogt and Odyssey Podcast. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because when people don't have to worry about where their next meal is coming from, they can truly thrive, like Marta.
And now we'll hear from our class valedictorian, who with our hard work never ceases to amaze us. Please welcome Marta Moreno.
And Alex.
Hey, Alex, how did the interview go?
I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
I knew it. Let's meet up later to celebrate.
And Diego.
Mom! I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/actnow. feedingamerica.org/actnow. A public service announcement brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe at least $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that in Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Winding things down, it's Kayal and Company on this Wednesday morning. The Dawn Show coming up in 7 minutes, and we find out what she has lined up for 10 o'clock this morning.
There's so much breaking, so we'll update you on all the latest Philadelphia stories with that shooting and SWAT situation on the boulevard, as well. Tragic news involving a 16-year-old in Philadelphia and how DA Larry Krasner plays into that. So we'll talk about that. on a national view, what a whirlwind 24 hours for Donald J. Trump, leading GOP candidate to face Joe Biden right now. So what's going on? Mystery, these weird hand marks on his hand as he left Trump Tower this morning, and his latest court appearance. So we've got some updates on that, all kinds of news swirling around Donald J. Trump. So I'll have all of that. And then coming up in the 11 a.m. hour, interviewing Stu Bykowski, his latest piece in Philly Mag. So we'll talk to Stu and break that one down. There's a lot going on this morning.
Okay, Dawn Show coming up in 6 minutes as we wrap up today with Who Won Twitter Today.
Who won Twitter?
Hasn't been sober wins Twitter. He says, water bottles. I prefer the hat that holds 2 6-packs. You remember those?
Yeah.
Those hats that held
the little funnel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to bring those back.
I agree.
Maybe after dry January.
Well,
are you really going to try and keep going?
I'm still going. Yeah,
January?
17 days. 17 days. I'm actually sleeping better now too. First couple of nights, it's like a little more difficult to fall asleep. But
what do you do on the weekends? Because your family's not here.
I
So
know.
what do you do?
I just gamble on football.
Man.
Work out.
What if I told you,
Eat
like,
pizza.
in a week or so, you and I should go out for a drink together?
I'll get a seltzer water.
Really?
Yeah. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to try. I'm going to
Okay.
try to get to, I don't know. Once I lose 15 pounds. I've lost about 8 pounds since Christmas.
Really?
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's great.
Just are you doing anything else carb-wise?
No. Just, I just cut out alcohol and I cut out cheat day pizza Friday. So no pizza once a week anymore. And just a little bit more cardio and less lifting. Just trying to thin and trim down a little bit
Nice.
as opposed to being all boxy.
I'm starving now.
Yeah. Might go get a calzone.
Nice calzone.
A little ricotta.
Mm.
Yeah. You got
Sounds
you
delicious.
got a YouTube winner in there, pal?
Oh, no.
No?
No, I'm sorry. I
was
got
waiting for
distracted.
you. Yeah, you got
Sorry.
distracted.
What distracted you?
Nothing. I'm just looking at
He's looking for a place to take me drinking and break my streak.
I am.
Jerk.
He's that friend.
Yeah.
He's that friend.
Yeah,
You know,
the one
right?
time he'll actually say, hey, why don't we, after a year and a half, hey, you want to go get a drink? I can't, buddy. I don't leave my house. Now, all of a sudden, I'm in dry January. Hey, you want to go boozing?
That's how it works, pal.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's how it works. We sign off and we give way to Dawn Stenzel, and she's coming up in about 4 minutes. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and as Corinne Jean-Pierre would say, as she gets done saying nothing at the podium,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important to-do. Your old videotapes and photos are fading as